Hey everybody, and welcome back to Lord of the Rings Journeys in Middle-earth. If you're catching up on this in the future, this is the continuing adventures of Gandalf and Balin as they attempt to figure out what's going on in Mirkwood. And by attempt, I really mean as I attempt to solve these puzzles successfully, which I've been doing with, well, let's just say varying degrees of success. But I did manage to successfully find the missing elf patrol in the forest last time and negotiate my way around the enchanted river. So I guess that's a good thing, and now we're going to find out what the next challenge is as we continue our journey through the shadowed paths. So I've got to chapter 7, which is called Straying from the Path. This is quite exciting. Let's find out what's going on here. Unnaturally ill luck has been plaguing the elf path through Mirkwood. Evil creatures seem suddenly drawn to it, and the protection the path once afforded elves and travelers is fading quickly. If someone does not act soon, movement through the wood will be greatly affected. So this is going to be a journey map, which means we're going to be using our tiles, which I've got all laid out here, so we're all set and ready to go with everything. And we're going to find out what, just what is going on in Mirkwood and what's been agitating the evil creatures there. So I'm pretty sure I set up Balin and Gandalf's decks all set and ready to go in the last stream, so I don't think we need to worry about what cards they've got assigned to them or anything like that. So it's just going to be moving on to the adventure, really. Yeah, I still haven't changed up their roles, and I don't know, I should maybe have been doing something clever with that, but, you know, it's all a learning process, and you can reflect on these mistakes based on the success or lack thereof at the end of the campaign, I suppose. So here we are. We've arrived at the elf path. The shadows under the trees are unnaturally dark and creeping. Crawling things scuttle through the leaves. We'd best complete our work and depart swiftly. So I think this is just informing us that a looming threat is hiding in the forest. So we're going to find our tile here and start off. Actually, one of the things we can see here is the map's actually going to expand out this way, so probably want to turn this around based on my my table here and explore outwards onto the table space like that. This is 218. Here we go. Got our starting tile there. All ready to start building out our journey into Middle-earth. It feels like it's been a while since I've done one like this, but I think it's only been 2 or 3 episodes since we expanded out this way. And the elf path stretches across the entire forest, but the worst of the reports have all come from this 30-mile stretch. 30 miles? 30 miles? That's really far. 30 miles is really, really far. Are we going to search 30 miles of woodland? Just our poor little feetsies. That's a crazy amount of distance. So we're gonna be scouting 3 cards here, which is pretty standard way to kick off these things. So I'm just gonna give Balin's deck a little shuffle here, and I've shuffled Gandalf's as well, but that too, just in case. Hi, hey Eddie, thanks for joining me in chat, buddy. Yeah, I'd better get to searching because 30 miles. That's really far. That's really far. That's further than a marathon. Okay, so Balin, I guess, can search first. What we got here? We got, oh, Raven Companion. That's a pretty good one to start off with removing, just because it's useless unless it's prepared. So we've got, yeah, when we test wit, we reveal an additional card. That's also super useful because we're terrible at wit. We've got honed agility and crushing blow. Crushing blow is also useless unless prepared. And it lets us add strike 1. The thing about crushing blow is it's quite good to use and then discard, whereas the Raven Companion, I feel like that's useful for just like the rest of the game. And in a pinch we can rest, so I think I want to prepare the Raven Companion here. And then I'm actually just going to bottom deck both of these other two. Is that reasonable? Yeah. We'll just get rid of these. Yeah, let's call... yeah, exactly. And he says, let's call in the Eagles. You know, better than walking. I agree entirely. Sorting out my situation here. So, Gandalf, 3 cards as well. What do we got here for Gandalf? Show me good things. Okay. So we got Quick Temper. Where you strike with this skill, you may add 2 modifiers. So Quick Temper is great because it lets us do a really powerful attack, and because we can add modifiers, we can potentially sort of get around some of the obstacles we might find in this world. But it's also got a success on it, so preparing it takes a success out of the deck. Fast Talking is really useful if we're interacting with people tokens. I don't know if we'll be doing that at this stage. I don't. So potentially useful. It's also, but it's got strike 2 on it. I mean, I think we should probably prepare Fast Talking. We've got Ancient Wisdom, which is the boring wisdom one. So I think Fast Talking prepared, Quick Temper on the top, Ancient Wisdom on the bottom. Boom, done. And this lets us get on with the adventure real quick. And speaking of the adventure, a patch of sharp-smelling grass surrounds a large stone. Well, clearly that's going to be our... obviously, that's our... our source of evil. Sharp-smelling grass. Definitely. A small cairn of stones is draped with green garlands. That's cute. This is all... I've played enough of this game. As much as I'd love to go and just sort of like dilly-dally and delay and just, you know, investigate all of these little pleasant things and discover what's going on, I know the truth. The truth is there ain't no time for that. 306. Side A, here we go. Bam! That's the wrong way around. There we go. And if I'm not mistaken, we're gonna need one of these little guys here. There we go. Whoa, 307 as well. 30 miles to cover. No time like the present to... Oh, how is this? Just like this? Have I done that right? Yes. Eddie, you've seen Sisters of Mercy live? Yeah, they're just one of those really, like, sort of, flamboyant, sort of 80s rock bands. Or I think they're, yeah, maybe even a little earlier than that. I just like that whole scene. And the design on the shirt's really cool. Despite the oppressive atmosphere, you see no sign of foes or whatever else may be causing trouble on the path. Objective updated. Find what plagues the elf path. With the elves preoccupied with spiders, other threats have crept into the woods. Whoa! So we're just going to start in a space with 2 pit goblins? What is this? Sugar. This is not okay. I've got a enemy tray now, courtesy of E-Raptor. They sent this to me. So now I've got this handy tray. Let's see how it goes. Here we go. Pit goblins. 2 of them. One tray of goblins, please. Alright, well I guess I just start off by killing these goblins. P.S. Eddie, I hope the concert was good. I'll be disappointed if you tell me like you saw them back in the 80s and the goblins are shit. I mean, the goblins... See, this is what happens when I read chat at the same time as talking. What I mean is, and the band were terrible. That's what I'm trying to say. Alright, there we go. We got some goblins that we got to take care of. We got Gandalf and Balin all ready to go on their adventure. But there's goblins in the way. I can't believe we've started with goblins right there on top of the green garland-strewn rock. What is this crap? It's supposed to start off peaceful and escalate. I'll just throw enemies in my face right away. Oh good, I'm glad the band was good, Eddie. Yeah, pleasant Saturday night. Hanging out, chatting, playing some Journeys in Middle-earth. Which I remain positive about. Yes, this is all gonna go very well. Alright, who's best at killing? What are these things? What are their hit points like? Armor, bleh. Right, who's got Pierce? Oh, see, this would have been a good time to have prepared that thing that... The one with Gandalf. Well, Gandalf's got Cleave. Oh, Gandalf's got Cleave and Pierce. So Gandalf should hit these guys. So let's start off with Gandalf murdering goblins. Seems reasonable. So I should use my... nosy ability first. So this is obviously my prepared meddler one. If you've been not watching the stream up until this point, you may look at someone's skill deck, and if they have an inspiration on their card, you can have an inspiration. Now I know Gandalf doesn't have one because I prepared it, so we're taking a bit of a gamble here, but I'd rather get this one checked first and get the token just in case I need it. And you know, this is going to be I'm not doing any more scouting, I don't think, this round, so this is going to be as much a gamble now as it will be. Damn it! Okay. That sucks. So, no inspiration for us. We're just going to have to go at these goblins and hope for the best. What I would like to see is 2 successes, please, Gandalf. And we're testing wisdom, so we get 4 cards. You think you can do 2 successes and 4 cards? Even if he doesn't, I can use fast talking. But I'd rather not. 1, 2, 3, 4. Smack the goblins. Kill them dead. Show them who's... Show them the wizard power of wizard. Alright, well we managed to get 2 successes. And a bunch of inspiration symbols that we can't use. But that's good, because those 2 successes... We can use the Trusted Walking Stick to gain 2 hits and Cleave, and the Elfforged Sword to gain 2 hits and Pierce. That's 4 hits with Cleave and Pierce, which should kill both goblins. Ha! Please? Yes, that will kill them. They activate Pierce and Cleave here. And so, I mean, 6 hits would kill them outright, but 4... Yes. I like to think Gandalf tied his sword to the end of the staff and used it like some kind of whirlwind flail. All dead. So one of us can gain a inspiration. And I think Gandalf will keep the inspiration just because he's terrible without it. Potentially, Balin can go and explore this tile anyway and gain an inspiration that way. But Gandalf has one more action, so we can either move. Actually, maybe we could go and explore this tile and get an inspiration as well. Whereas, or we could stay and investigate the sharp-smelling grass. Like, that doesn't seem... A small cairn of stones is draped with green garlands. Right, or we can stay and investigate this. The cairn of stones and green garlands. I just have a feeling like this is irrelevant and unimportant. And a waste of time. Which is a shame. Because my inner instinct is to say, let us spend time whimsically, lackadaisically wandering through the forest in Middle-earth, exploring all the wondrous things. That's my instinct. But I've been hardened by the bitter journey that's brought me here, where I've lost the Crown of Shadows, I failed to seduce the Elf King, and I'm now all alone with no magical artifacts, trying to figure out what the problem is. I don't even know what the problem is. I'm trying to solve it, but we can't solve a problem when we don't know what it is. So, with that in mind, let's send Gandalf 2 spaces north onto that next tile to get one more exploration token that will become Jeez, I literally just used this word. Wow. We're going to get the magic good token. It's a good token we need to make things good. Yes. Inspiration. Thank you, game. Overlooking a circle of ancient stones, the ruin of a watch station stands on a lonely hill. Discard the exploration token and gain 1 inspiration. Hey, Toby, thanks for joining, man. Nah, you're well on time. All I've done so far is whack some goblins. We've got hours of enjoyable journey ahead of us, I suspect. I have a sneaking feeling. So that becomes inspiration, and now we're going to find out what is happening in Middle-earth. It's a very chilled stream this evening, Toby, so it's very intimate. If you have any questions for me, now's the time. A loose pile of rocks lies on the ground. Something glimmers within. Could it be money, jewels, the shiny abdomen of an evil spider? Who knows? We'll find out in due course. A shadow has fallen on Mirkwood that is too dark to lift. You feel an intentional malevolence coming from this direction. That's it! Right over there, in the evil shadow that sunlight cannot penetrate. That's the problem! I found the problem. I did it. Problem identified. Solution unclear. Solution still to resolve. That's next on the to-do list. Solve the problem. Woo! We've discovered another tile. Like this? Like this. Whoa! It's around the bottom of my stack. Oh, this one's got difficult terrain on it. Now I have to remember the rules for that. Bummer. Oh. This is the wrong tile. What is this? Oh, damn it. It's this one. Ah, oh, good. No difficult terrain. Phew! That was close. Hey, look! Look at that! It's a big old castle. It's a ruined castle. What could have happened here? Who could have ruined the castle? And what fun treasures might we find? I don't know, but I'm excited. I'm excited to find out. So, is the Dark Malevolence over there, maybe? Or over there? I'm going to run out of table space as well. You can't see, but it ends right here at the table, so... There we go. Hopefully that'll, have enough space on it. Our journey continues! Our journey in Middle-earth. Eggers has received 3 Kickstarters, and none of them have solo mode. Eggers, that's a bummer. What did you receive? Let me know in chat. I also received a bunch of Kickstarters recently, but they do have solo modes. I think. Yes. Actually, they're not all Kickstarters either. I got the... I received the collector's edition of Red Rising, so I'm going to play that through. I might do a... I'm going to try and play that 2-player. And then I might do a solo playthrough on the channel and talk about whether I think it's any good. I've been, I think, reasonably critical of Stonemaier games. But I'm hoping this one will surprise me. I always wind up buying them. The only one that's... the only 2 that I've stuck around in my collection are Wingspan. And that's really only because Leanne really likes it. Although, you know, I don't mind Wingspan. But I wouldn't probably ever suggest it. Like, I enjoy playing it. I've got all the expansions, mostly just to keep myself sort of interested in it. But overall, I find it to be a bit long and sort of. But the art's so nice. It's just very pleasant. It's hard to sort of. It's, you know, it's hard to sort of criticize it in that sense. But, you know, if I was playing with board gaming people, I would never suggest it. But with people who sort of might be seduced by the art or the sort of appeal of that, it does have a bit more to it, you know, in terms of other gateway games. And Pendulum, and I keep Pendulum around because the real-time aspect is just so interesting. I mean, without the real-time aspect, it's not a good game. It only functions because of the pressure of the time, which is interesting. And I also got I got the new edition of PAX Renaissance, which I backed on Kickstarter before all the is it Phil Eklund, the designer? Yeah, all that controversy came out about his essays and stuff. That was a bummer to hear about, but I've heard PAX Renaissance is really, really good. And I kind of wanted to compare it to PAX Palmer, which I have the 2nd edition of. And I've quite enjoyed. Those both have solo modes, I think. Egger says he's got the latest Dungeons and Doggies campaign. Now that's just miniatures, isn't it? The little miniatures of the dogs as D&D characters, right? I mean, those are absolutely adorable. I thought those were so cute. But I just can't buy miniatures, you know, like on their own, you know? I just don't have any purpose for them, really, at this time. Not that I'd be opposed to playing a D&D campaign where we're all animals on an adventure. A couple of Japanese games. Izayoi and Humble Tea Party. And a game I did a mic on, backed and forgot to unpledge. Tentacle Town. Don't let that become a thing. A mic. No. I'm gonna so regret that. Chris and I keep talking about playing playing that game. See, this is how bad it is. I can't remember the name. But I'm actually having a night where I can't remember the name of literally anything. The Monster Hunter that's not Monster Hunter, that game. Primal Awakening. Primal Awakening? Why is it that Tentacle Town and Primal Awakening both don't sound like board games, but something else much worse? Something that's going to get me banned on YouTube. Um, but yeah, Primal, The Awakening, Primal The Awakening. Anyway, yeah, it's on Tabletop Simulator, and I keep meaning to play it, but I kind of don't want to because if I hate it, I'm gonna feel terrible. Hopefully, by the time it matters, I will have forgotten, and then maybe the physical copy will be better. That happens, right? Sometimes that happens, right? And also, I'm glad you got a D&D campaign going with your stuff, Hackers. That's cool. Man, I'd love to get into more role playing stuff. Chris and I did this little role playing video thing for someone's Kickstarter. I don't know if I didn't put it up on the channel. I think it was on Learn to Play Games' channel, but I have the videos actually, so maybe I should put them out. But um, my point is that I love role playing, and I love role play. I love D&D. I love the D20 system stuff. Like I have D20 Modern and all those books from third edition. I love those. I thought Fate was quite fun. The Fate system, I liked that. I checked that out. I've got all of the Genesis system actually, which I think is much better than the Fantasy Flight settings. Like I'd really like to see them open up the Genesis system for like sort of open source content, like they've sort of done with D&D to an extent. I don't know what Wizards of the Coast's sort of deal with that is, but like a lot of people make 5e source books, and I'd really like to see that happen for Genesis as well, because like they've done all the source books for Terranoth and stuff, which is fine. Like, look, like if you want to play a generic fantasy setting, then Terranoth will sort of meet your desire for that. And I don't mind generic fantasy setting. I like it, you know. I do, but I'd like to see sort of more people get a bit more creative with that. You know, the most interesting settings and stuff is always like, you know, everybody like the people who really fondly remember Ravenloft and and all those other really quirky D&D settings. I'm thinking of, oh god, I hope you what was the campaign setting that had the video game where you travel across the plains with a talking skull? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I wasn't going to stream today, okay? I was having a very hard day, but I was like, no, I'm going to stream. I'm going to feel good. And honestly, I'm really glad I'm streaming, and I'm really glad I got streaming, but my brain is not functioning correctly. So if this game goes well, I'm going to be so pleased. But yeah, exactly, Hackers. I don't know if I'm feeling all right. What was that game? It was like Baldur's Gate. God, I played so much of that game. It's like 50 hours long or something. Hey Kane Embridge, thanks for the thanks for the punt. It's not Monkey Island. It's definitely not Monkey Island. It's one of those old like Black Isle Black Isle Studios RPGs. Just a bit like Baldur's Gate, but not set in the Forgotten Realms. It's set in one of the other D&D campaign settings, and it's a really cool setting where it's all a bit crazy, and there's a lot of like sort of planar travel and sort of things coming back and forth between the planes, the and it feels almost like sort of magic steampunk-esque. And I just remember in it you wake up in this like science laboratory and there's a talking skull. That's I remember that beginning, and later on you make friends with like a clockwork eyeball. It's very weird, but it's great, and I can't remember the name of it to save my life. Or the setting. Is there a talking skull in Monkey Island? It's been such a long time since I've played these games. But if anyone remembers that, well, clearly nobody remembers. Maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I hallucinated the whole thing. Hey, let's go back to Middle Earth. Who's here for Lord of the Rings? All right. I just did Gandalf's turn, didn't I? He moved 2 spaces, so he's actually He's all done there on his exploration. We know the Malevolence maybe is over here somewhere, so I guess that's where we'll go next. So I'm thinking with Balin, we can probably investigate one of these things and then move up onto this tile up here. Everyone's thinking the same thing. Oh god, what was that called? It'll come to me in a minute. I'll just be sitting here and I'll be like, that thing! I remembered! So I think we can check out the stone covered with green garlands. Or the... Was it Eberron? Eddie? Was it Eberron? I don't think it was Eberron. I'm not gonna go and Google it now. This is and then there's the sharp smelling grass surrounding a large stone. That can't be anything, right? I mean, I suppose we could go and check out this loose pile of rocks or something glimmering in it. We won't be able to get that far this turn. I don't know. Let's look at this one. I don't know why. I feel like the cairn with the stones might be something. Knowing my luck, we'll have to make a wit check. The garlands are woven leaves and vines with a few blossoms dotting the verdant ropes. The cairn of stones is well balanced, the stones polished and clean. The stubs of a few candles are melted into the ground around the array. So, here we go. We're going to test Balin's spirit here. Luckily, my spirit is good. 2, 3, 4 cards for spirit for Balin. Eddie says, I know that Eberron was D&D steampunk setting. It might be Eberron then. I think it might be. But did Eberron have a lot of planar travel? The one I'm thinking of is really all about traveling between the planes and sort of building. And maybe it is. Maybe they built sort of steampunk-esque ships to do that. And I'm just sort of like misremembering. But the one I'm thinking of did have a lot of steampunk elements, so it could well be Eberron. Okay, well, the good news is we got the one success we needed. So that's good. Excellent. We're off to a good start, I guess. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Pass the test. This must be some sort of shrine or memorial. You light the candles and sit before the festooned stack. You empty your mind and then take a few slow breaths. You feel at peace here. Flip one fear face down, or discard a face down fear. This is annoying because I feel like they shouldn't put this token right at the start. Because, if I have fear already, I must have really messed up. Anyway, never mind. We'll just get rid of that. And Consola, I knew that, I mean, that wouldn't have been a waste of time, but if I had taken damage. I mean, flipping a fear face down can be super clutch, because face up fear is so bad, so damaging most of the time. So, anyway, then we'll just move to enjoying Gandalf up here, I think. Chat, we going nuts up in here. Alright, we're gonna have to, this is my YouTube Studios tab. It's not the thing I'm looking for. There's that video I was watching about the Tory party. Let's not talk about that. What am I doing here? I'm bringing that up to over here. And it's my Saturday night live stream. So, oh my god, I have so many scenes in OBS. Too many ambitious live streams. Too many things going on. Where's the scene I need? Come to me, scene. Planescape! Yes! Planescape! Planescape Torment! That's the game. Planescape Torment. There we go. That's the one. We did it, team. We did it. Good. I was gonna go and take us into a Google search, but But then I didn't have to. Hey, Dr. D is here. Just thought I'd thank you for your Nemesis playthroughs. They're excellent and exciting. Do a playthrough every couple of months or so. I try, Dr. D, I try. Don't worry, we're not done with Nemesis. We'll be back at Nemesis in due course. I just need to recover from my injuries in the last one. But, you know, I'll probably be playing Nemesis until I die. Which is frequently in Nemesis. Yes, well done, Eddie. Good Google hunting there. Good job, sir. Alright, so we're done with that. We've moved on, and now it's time for the darkness. We'll see what the darkness holds. The shadow phase. The shadow deepens, the hope yet endures. 7th threat. Alright, my turn. Good. That's the kind of shadow phase I can get behind. Alright, we're scouting 2. Dr. D, did you see the last stream I did on Nemesis? Are you all caught up? No spoilers, but that was just the most typical game of Nemesis. That's all I'm gonna say. God damn it. Alright, here we go. Scout 2. I'm just wondering how many people who are very good at D&D and the different campaign settings are sitting there listening to me talk about the planar one, the one with all the planes, and they're like, Planescape? Idiot. Well, you're in for a treat, I think. That's a very dramatic one, the last one. But we got Untold Stories for days, because we got a whole nother book once we're done the first book. And then there's the 3rd book coming with the new campaign. I don't know if they're doing 2 more books or just 1 more book, but of Untold Stories. But I presume that I will continue doing it, because every time it comes up as a choice in the Patreon voting, people vote for it. And if there is 2 books in there, I will have bought them both, because people are enjoying it and they want to see more. Okay, this is Balin's Scout. So we've got weakness and crushing blow, so let's just prepare crushing blow in case we need to crush more goblins, and we'll put the weakness on the bottom. Eddie says, my favorite D&D setting was Spelljammer. That's the one where you travel around in space, right? Isn't that the one with the space boats? Or whatever it was? Oh, greater power. Yes, let's just prepare greater power. I think I'll put clever wit back on top, actually, so that I can then just check it with Gandalf's ability. Because, once again, I don't know or not his ability, but rather his meddler power. Yeah, do you know what that always reminded me of, Eddie? I don't know if you ever heard of these books, but there was a book series, and I've forgotten the author's name, but they were called Tales of the Dying Earth. And it was a series of fantasy sort of short stories set in a very, very distant future where Earth had sort of been through several civilizations and was now approaching its doom because the sun was going to explode and wipe out all life on Earth. And it was sort of the stories of the remnants of all these different civilizations who are all kind of coexisting in this very weird sort of... It's almost like fantasy setting, but it's just all over the place and weird. Jack Vance, yes, exactly right, Eddie. And if I remember correctly, in the Tales of Dying Earth, the wizards, or the powerful magic users who have sort of come into power over the course of the history of Earth, have essentially taken their castles and created magical barriers and flown off into space in their castles. The Spelljammers always reminds me of that. Just like, I like this idea of these wizards who are like, well, we're done here, this planet's gonna explode. We're just gonna sail off into space in our castles using magic. I thought it was such a cool idea at the time. God, I read those a long time ago, but I always thought that was very cool. Okay, so we've done all the scouting. So, let us begin once again with... Are we gonna begin again with Gandalf, actually? Is he just gonna go and... Well... Yes, let us begin with Gandalf. I'm going to start by checking my deck here. It's Clever Wit, so I'm going to gain an inspiration from the ability here. And I should prepare something with inspiration on it as well, so I can trigger his once per round effect, but oh well. And then I guess we're going to go check out this glimmering rock. That seems like a good use of my time. So we'll move one space into here, and we'll look under the glimmering rock. Hello, glimmering rock. Yes, search the rock. Aha, wisdom! I'm making all the right choices by accident. It's my favorite kind of success. Alright, we need 2 successes here. But we've got 4 wisdom, so we can't possibly fail, right? Bam! Okay. Well, that's 0 successes. I'm very disappointed in you, Gandalf. So if I want to pass this test, which is a pass-fail of 2, I need to spend 2 inspiration, which seems way too expensive. But I'm going to do it. This rock better be good. It better be a good rock. I'm just saying. Because it was an expensive rock. You find a shining stone, an uncut gem that captures the beauty of the night sky. Lore increases by 1 and become emboldened. Alright. I'll accept that. Wait, is emboldened? No, wait. Emboldened's the one that goes away when there are no nearby enemies. Ugh, that's gonna go away almost immediately. Damn it. Why am I wasting my time with this shit? Let's just get to exploring. None of these things are any good. I mean, they are all good. They're just too situational and they're not helping me right now. So, alright, so Gandalf from this space can move into any of these 3. So what do you guys think? East, north, west. What do you reckon? I'm thinking north, right? Because then we can just get into this castle. And also probably Balin will go east. But we could stop and check out this forest to the west here and see what's going on with that. You know, you never know where the evil may dwell. It could be to the west. Well, Eddie, you're fastest on the trigger finger today, so we're going north. Bam! Confirm. The ruins of a huge castle still stand here, partially intact. So we're going to gain this token here, which is great because we need those to do anything useful. A storm rages overhead. Place a search token. Alright. The storm continues to rage overhead. We'll just keep putting out those search tokens. This one's here. Uh-oh. So we've also got to put one here in Gandalf's spot. And that's got a threat on it, so that's good. A shadow has fallen on Morkwood that is too dark to lift. You feel an intentional malevolence coming from this direction. Bum, 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 bum. So that's ambiguous. Do you mean the direction I'm moving in or the direction of this tile? I think it means, like, quite specifically the direction of the tile it just revealed, because I didn't even reveal that tile. Aha! Look at that. It's a tiny evil hut where some kind of evil janitor lives. Or park ranger. Forest ranger? Where is this place? It's like that. Ah, that's miles away. In the middle of nowhere. "30 miles of Mirkwood" was right. This does not want to slot in there. Come on. There we go. Dun 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 dun. What if the janitor's cabin was actually the necromancer's castle? Alright, well, we're all set up now with all of that in place. So I think we need to zoom out a bit. This is a big map. "30 miles of forest to explore." You can do it, elf and wizard. Balin's like, my legs are not... Dwarf legs are not made for this. Yep. Oh, wait. What? The malevolence is over there now? I don't know where this malevolence is. There's malevolence all around. The malevolence is the... every position. Is that right? No. It's there. Ooh. Man, I got my work cut out for me here. There is a lot of exploring to be done. And running around. Hunting through the woods. There's a nice little lake there, look. Bam. Alright, well, Gandalf, what is this? We can search the storm that's raging overhead. I mean, literally search the storm. Okay, cool. Well, maybe we'll do that, but Gandalf's all out of moves, so I guess it's Balin's turn. So I guess we'll head east, because I'm kind of east already. I bet this janitor's hut is where all the evil is, though. I just have a feeling, you know? I have a feeling the evil's in the janitor's hut. I don't know why. I've just decided that, based on no evidence whatsoever. But what I'm thinking is I can move into here, and that's like the fastest way, I think, of getting around here. For Balin to do something useful, so maybe we just start by moving one step east. That seems reasonable. Let's do it, Balin. Let's see what happens when you move east. Oh, we can't do that yet. A section of the woodland has been lightly inhabited, with a campsite and grave markers the only signs left behind. Oh, they get an inspiration, which is a good thing. And we can actually discard Intrepid now to gain an additional inspiration, which we should do, and scout one card, which is always good, so there's no point in hanging on to that. Ah, Shadow Sight. What do we think are the chances of being in darkness? This also has Sprint 1 on it, which is actually potentially really useful right now if we're exploring. We could actually use this Sprint 1 to explore one additional tile, so I think let's prepare it. Even though we are taking a success out of our deck, so we'll try to use it as soon as possible. Get that success back in the deck anyway. Alright. What else we got in this forest then? An ancient tome is discarded among the grass. On its cover, a black obelisk looms out of a dead landscape. Ah. I think I've read this one. 2001, A Space Odyssey. I definitely read this one. Carl Sagan, right? Yellow flowers surround an old stone well. I think I've had this one before. Far ahead, you see an orc climb out from a hole and slink away. What? There's an orc hiding shit? Well, now that is super suspicious and probably warrants investigation. What? Another tile? More to explore? Oh my goodness. This one is here? You said questioningly? Yes. This farce is a big old mess, full of secrets and tricks and traps. Hidden things. You know, you explore one thing, and then, like, 5 more things are revealed. And it's like, it feels like I'm just making this worse for myself. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 exploration tokens, and a threat token, and plus 4. That's 11 threat I'm going to generate. That's too much. I'd like to generate less threat, please. I'd like to generate 1 less threat, please. Alright, well, we've got 1 point of movement left with Balin, but we've also got 1 sprint. So, I'm thinking maybe we should... I was originally planning to maybe go up here and sprint into here, so that we could explore another tile. We could move on to here, and then we'd have 1 point left of movement to either check out this space or this space. But now I'm kind of thinking I want to go over here and look at what this orc was doing. Hiding something in a hole before slinking away. But I just feel like this is a random event that doesn't really have anything to do with anything. I kind of feel like all of these are just random little distractions that have been peppered around to distract me from whatever it is I should be doing, which is pursuing the malevolence, which seems to be coming from all directions. So, you know, there's that. But the map is too big, and we need to get rid of some of these tokens, or we're going to be generating way too much threat. I think this is it, though. I think we've actually explored the entire map. So I'm kind of tempted to send Balin over here. Because, I mean, if we have a look in the app here, there's no more fog, right? That's it. There's no more cloudy, foggy bits. So I'm pretty sure this is all of the tiles now laid out. But I feel like I am going to have to explore everywhere to figure out what's going on. So I'm thinking maybe I head over here, you know? Just because if I move on up here and then come around here, I'm going to have to backtrack so far if there's a problem over here. So yeah, we'll probably actually come back past this orc thing anyway if we discover something important about it. And what we've got here is the yellow flowers in the old stone well, which I don't think is important, and then the ancient tome with the black obelisk, which might be important, but I feel like it's probably not directly related. So yeah, I think we just keep exploring. So I think let's head into this weird little creepy foresty bit here, this creepy little shrubbery or whatever it is, you know, spooky foresty bit. So that's movement space number 2. What's in the What's in the woods? A shining lake in the middle of the wildlands seems cheerful and peaceful. Does it? A cluster of gold-white flowers bloom in the shaft of sunlight. An obsidian obelisk juts out of the Mirkwood forest floor. It projects an aura of enmity that endangers you in the nearby elf path. Well, looks like we found our troublemaker. It is an obelisk, so, you know, chances are I'm gonna have to go and read that book about obelisks in order to deal with this. But there we go. The obelisk is a strange sight in Mirkwood. Perhaps if you learned more, you would know how to deal with it. Find and destroy the obelisks. We've got our task. Okay, well, we've still got Sprint 1, which we could use, but first let's... An obsidian obelisk projects an aura of enmity. A moon is carved into its surface. There are several ways such a stone could be dealt with. Perhaps something in the area could give you more guidance on how to dispose of it. The book! Of course it's the book! We need the book. Okay, let's use Sprint, then, to sprint. So I'll discard Shadow Sight for Sprint 1. We'll head back over here and investigate this book. Read the book, Gimli. Balin. Read the book, Balin. Sorry, I'm not racist. I know you're not the same dwarf. You page through the tome, unsettled by the images and dark knowledge within. Finally, you find a means to eliminate the obelisk safely. The obelisk with a sword must be dispelled. The obelisk with a shield must be smashed. The obelisk with a sun must be toppled, and the obelisk with a moon must be cleansed. Do you internalize all that? Do you remember it? Gain inspiration, then discard this search token. I need to write this down, unless the game's gonna make mention of it for me. Oh boy. How do I use my software? Yeah. Okay. Good. Gain 1 inspiration. Yes, 1 inspiration, please. Thank you. Now I've got maximum inspiration. I'm ready for anything. Alright, and that's the end of Balin's turn. We've done everything we could possibly do. It's time for a shadow phase. Yeah, and something bad will happen because I'm going to generate so much threat. The evil power that infests the obelisks darkens your thoughts and turns your heart against your friends. Each hero on a tile with a threat token, which is Gandalf, suffers 2 fear, which Spirit negates. Each corrupted hero removes 1 success from their results. The hero who suffered fear discards 2 prepared cards. I hate that. Gandalf's got 3 corruption, so he's definitely corrupted. Also, he loses Emboldened. I don't know why I've left it out there. This was the biggest waste of time. God damn it. Emboldened. Alright, so I guess we'll test Spirit. Come on, Gandalf. I believe in you. You can do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 successes, please, Gandalf. Please. Ooh. At least I have 2 inspiration. Ooh, come on, Gandalf. You can do it. Blah, blah. Alright, well, we got 1. God, 4 cards and 1 success. He's so bad. But we can spend inspiration for 2, which means that we've negated all the fear, and because we didn't suffer any fear, we don't have to discard any prepared cards, which is good. Desirable. Yes. Threat increases by 11, which is not desirable. With the elves preoccupied with the spiders, other threats have crept into the woods. It's time for... more goblins! Place 3 goblins. Well, I need another pit goblin. That's fine. It's fine. There we go. 3 pit goblins. The most pit goblins anyone's ever seen in their whole life. Just showing up, causing problems. It's alright, we'll just go in there and cleave them all. All dead with mighty wizard powers. Oh no, there's also an orc taskmaster. And that's like a regular orc crossed with Greg Davies. What is... which looks like an orc with a whip. This orc here. Ooh, orc. Orc. Get back to work. Alright. This is fine. I'm not worried about all that. Oh, well that's it. That's it. Just 4 orcs. I'm not even worried. Does the Taskmaster have like a ton of health and stuff? Is that what's going on? Alright, well we're gonna start by scouting 2. And Balin's gonna go cleanse that obelisk. Also, I forgot to get rid of this token, apparently. I'm a terrible person. Okay. The obelisk with the sword must be dispelled. The obelisk with the shield must be smashed. The obelisk with the sun is toppled, and the obelisk with the moon is cleansed. Why would you dispel the sword and smash the shield? That doesn't feel logical. Surely the obelisk with the shield should be sundered. The obelisk with the sword should be parried. I don't know. Alright. Dun dun. Ba 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 dun dun dun. Alright, so there's 4 obelisks. We found 1. We can also search the storm, which we probably want to do with Gandalf because... Although I kind of need to kill those orcs, but I want to get rid of that threat token. I need to get rid of all these threat tokens, or else I'm going to have more threats showing up. Well, to be fair, I mean... It's too much! It's too much to do! My to-do list is too long. So this is Balin. We got Unyielding Spirit and Undying Might. Well, my spirit's better than my might, so I guess we'll prepare Undying Might. Put the spirit back on top so Gandalf can use it. Also, I know that I'm going to get... I've got some inspiration to spend because... Oh, I've already done his too. There we go. Quick temper and honed agility. Well, let's prepare quick temper because it gives me strike 3, which is awesome. And I guess I'm going to go kill these... But the success, though. The success is better. Nope. Quick temper's better. I can kill all of those guys with quick temper. Just immediately eradicate them all. And that's good. Okay, so what is this again? A storm rages overhead. Right, so do we do this? No, you know, the very first thing we do, actually, is use Gandalf's ability of Nosy to check Balin's card. It's got inspiration on it, so we get to have an inspiration. Huzzah! There was much rejoicing. So, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we use Greater Power to generate Sprint 2. We sprint over here, kill all of these guys, and then run back over here to cleanse the storm and we'll deal with the Taskmaster later when he shows up. That's gotta be allowed, right? 7 health and 2 armor? Ugh, I'll deal with you later. You're all the same, right? Yeah, they're the same as before. So, yeah, let's just do that, right? But maybe before we do that, we'll do Balin going to deal with the obelisk, because I always forget whether or not sprint can be used without taking a move action. And I don't want to take a move action, so if anyone remembers in chat, remind me, otherwise I'll look it up when we get to Gandalf. But in the meantime, let's start with Balin, because I remember how this works at least. He's going to move 1 into here, and he's going to deal with this obelisk. A moon! The moon must be cleansed! If you destroy the obelisk, you can stop the spread of its evil influence. If you are corrupted, suffer 1 face-down fear. I am! God damn it! I am corrupted, and I don't know how to get rid of it. And then test spirit. Well, I can definitely test spirit, because I have 4 spirit. 1, 2, 3, 4. I am an almighty hero. Okay, so I got 1. I don't know how many I need. So I'm going to use 2. I feel like 3 is a good number. I mean, usually I'm okay with 2, but I feel like this is a big one. So I'm going to spend 2 inspiration to create 3 successes. You shatter the stone, and the air around you is suddenly lighter, the ominous aura dissipating like smoke in a wind. Far away, you hear an inhuman scream. Something knows you are meddling. Well, Gandalf is a meddler. Lore increases by 1. Get rid of the threat token. Aye, get rid of that. Hate it. And that's it for now. But, who knows what's going to go wrong in a minute. So we'll get rid of that threat token for now. And, right. So very quickly, I shall check the entry for sprint, which I've gotten wrong pretty much every time I stream this game. And I actually don't think this book is super clear on it either. Yeah. Sprint is a keyword that allows a hero to move extra spaces. When a hero is taking a turn during the action phase, that hero can discard a card that has the Sprint X keyword to move X additional spaces. A hero can perform other actions and resolve other game effects between each movement that is provided by the Sprint X keyword. Yeah, so I think that implies you do have to do it as part of a movement. Which is kind of a bummer. So I don't know, maybe we just kind of sprint away and then come back and deal with these guys later on. If they wander off to go attack Balin, then that's going to be a bummer too. You know, because Balin's terrible at killing groups. So I guess we just wander in here and murder them all. I suppose it's fine. We're going to do an attack against all 3 pit goblins using our wisdom. So we've got wisdom 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. How about the pit goblins? Yeah. Okay, so we got 1 success. So we can spend an inspiration to add an additional success, which gets us 2. Which means we can do the 4 damage with Might and Sunder. Cleave and Pierce even. What am I talking about? Which murders everybody. Yeah. God, Cleave and Pierce is so good. Yes, the goblins are dead and we gain an inspiration. Well done, Gandalf. You have done it. You're a mighty fighter, killer of goblins. Balin is jealous of your incredible might. I'm going to leave them here. I think they're going to be coming back in a minute. Hey, Andre. Thanks for the, thanks so much for the donation, man. That's super duper kind. Very, very generous of you. I totally appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out and watching the stream. Hope that you're enjoying my efforts in Middle-earth. And thank you for your support on the channel. You know, this is what keeps us going and speaking our minds. Okay. So, yes, Gandalf, much success. Good job, Gandalf. So I guess we'll just move back in here, because we're going to have to deal with this threat token at some point. And better now than later. We'll just let this Taskmaster come to us. Oh, and actually, Balin had one more space of movement. He should have just gone back over here. I think he's just going to keep heading up north to these areas. And that's it. That's everything! Oh, I feel like we don't have enough movement. Gandalf's also got too many prepared cards. You know, he's got a lot of prepared cards. But that's probably fine. Yes. Andre, we're not going to stop. We're going to keep going. In fact, hopefully, you know, producing more content. We'll see what the future holds, you know. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. It's a slow process, but baby steps, you know. And we're getting there. Right. So, unfortunately, it's the shadow phase again. Oh no. Move 1. Ha ha ha! He can't reach me! Dummy. He could also actually have moved here, which you guys can't really see. The point is he's here, so he can get to one of these spaces if he moves 1, but he has no target. So, he's going to move 2. So he moves into Gandalf's space, which is actually great for me, because this means that I can more easily kill him and still investigate this creepy storm, which is causing me potential problems. Who knows? But, he snuck up behind poor Gandalf. I'm sure it'll be fine. The evil power that infests the obelisks darkens your thoughts and turns your heart against your friends. Each hero on a tile with a threat token suffers 2 fear, which spirit negates. Okay, so this is the same thing again. Oh, do you know what? I think did I forget to remove a success from Gandalf the last time he did this? I think I did. I think I had 1 success, and then I spent an initiative to make an inspiration to make it 2. So, as recompense, I shall remove 1 inspiration from Gandalf now, and then I shall perform the test again. But I think this time we shall fail, because I essentially need 3 successes to prevent all of this fear. Damn. Yeah, I've got none. So I'm still tempted. It is fear, which is the worst. So I'm still tempted to prevent 1 fear. So I will do that. So we'll prevent 1 fear, and then we'll suffer 1 fear. Greed. Come on, green screen. Don't do that to me. Deplete. Why are you doing me like this? Deplete another hero's items without resolving the effect. If you cannot, suffer 1 face down fear, then flip this card face down. Okay, well that's not too bad. Essentially, oh, I didn't even put out the item tokens. So we've got the Weathertop Torch here on Balin. So he's just basically stolen 1 of the tokens off the Weathertop Torch. And by stolen, I mean removed. So I'll just put 1 token there. It should have had 2, but I forgot to put out. And he takes 1 fear damage. Okay. I mean, that could have been way worse. Some of these are absolutely terrible. But because we suffered fear, we have to discard 2 prepared cards, which really sucks. I'm going to discard Quick Temper, because although it's very good, it also has a success on it, so I think it's the most useful to get back into my deck. Now I need to decide between Fast Talking and Greater Power. They're both really good, but Greater Power is better, so we'll discard Fast Talking. I mean, both of them are useless unless they're prepared. The shadow deepens, though hope yet endures. Threat increases by 10. Well, we're definitely getting a threat event next time. We're also like halfway through this mission already. Should I be like getting my rear in gear here? Am I... I feel like I've got just like three more rounds? 3 more turns if I don't get this map explored and these obelisks taken care of. Why am I dilly-dallying with this storm, you know? Alright, here we go. Scout 2. So, I mean, I still think Gandalf deals with the threat token and kills the Taskmaster, right? That just kind of makes sense to me. We're going to be getting another threat event next turn, so we do want to take these enemies off the board if we can. But Balin, I guess, just keeps exploring, looking for obelisks to destroy. Smashing rocks is a dwarf's best thing, right? And as he explores, he'll get rid of those exploration tokens, so that's a great way to reduce the threat increase as well. And actually, do you know what we can do with Gandalf is we can spend the Tome of Battle, which is a great idea that I just thought of, to reveal 2 additional cards as part of this scout, and because there's an enemy in our space, we also get an inspiration, so that's going to be great because we have none and we're terrible without it. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4. Show me something useful for Gandalf, please. What do we got here? Oh. Yeah, I think I probably want to do this one. Prepare Elf Friend. Because it's not all that useful in my deck. I have so many cards with this inspiration symbol on. But it gives us the Elf trait, which is kind of irrelevant. Might have been useful in the Elf mission, but that's when we got it, I think. Didn't we get this last mission? Anyway, it gives us 2 inspiration, and then we remove it from the game. From this mission. We remove it from our deck for this mission. So I'm quite keen to do that, I think. My other options are Time of Need, which is a one-off conversion of all symbols to inspiration, which is great, but it's kind of probably going to amount to the same as Elf Friend. But it's, I guess, more useful overall. We got Guidance, which has success on it, and Honed Agility, which is actually useful for Gandalf because agility is terrible, but what I'll do is I think I'll prepare Elf Friend and just immediately ditch it for 2 inspiration. I'll put the success of Guidance on the top and the other 2 on the bottom. And for Balin, we've got Clever Wit and Kinship. So Kinship is useful when we're nearby a friend, but I think we should... Well, let's actually prepare Clever Wit and put Kinship on the bottom, because our Wit is terrible, so if we need to test Wit, that's going to come in handy. Okay, brilliant. And I don't know what's on top of Balin's deck, but that's fine. I don't have any abilities to scout anyway, so we'll start with Gandalf. We'll just remove Elf Friend from the adventure to gain 2 inspiration. Because we're not going to be able to give Balin the elf trait. I don't think, unless there's something I'm unaware of here on the board, but we can't gamble on that. And then I guess we just check the top card of his deck to see if there's an inspiration symbol on it. There is not, unfortunately. So that's a bummer, but still, we got 2 out of that. So what's the hit points on this orc then? Yeah, it's 7 hit points. So I do have greater power, which has got strike 2 on it. So if I want to kill this guy, I need like 3 successes, which feels really unlikely. That's 3 successes plus greater power. But if I don't kill him, I can't investigate the storm. So I guess let's just go for it. 1, 2, 3, 4. If necessary, I'll just spend all of my inspiration. Should have kept the other. Should have kept. Okay, so I got one of the 3 successes I need, but I do have the 2 symbols that I need, so I can spend 2 inspiration and greater power. That gives me 7 hits with pierce and stun. Which is just enough. Hey, Paul, thanks for stopping by before bed. I hope you have a wonderful sleep and some really nice dreams. It's, I'm gonna be up late hunting obelisks in Middle-earth. But I did kill an orc taskmaster, so that's good. Just a bit of, you know, murder before bedtime. We get an inspiration. Taskmaster's out of here. Get out of here. I'm playing MECCG tomorrow. Middle-earth collectible card game. Is that what that is? Is that the Lord of the Rings CCG that's like way out of print? Alright, well now that we've killed the orc, we can investigate the storm. Please don't ask me to use a stat I'm terrible at. The storm is constant, but not supernatural. Just a normal part of the cycle of chaos and order that is the natural world. It's difficult to accept that in the middle of such a violent storm, the sooner you accept it, the sooner you can come to understand the beauty of the driving rain and flashing lightning. Gain inspiration and end your turn, and discard the threat token. Well, we got rid of the threat token, that's a good thing. And inspiration. Wow, yeah, Paul is playing the one from 1995. Well, if you want to check out the Middle-earth collectible card game, which is way out of print, check out Gaming Rules tomorrow for his thing. Wait, when you say you're playing it, do you mean on stream or just in your personal life, Paul? I don't want to be telling people to check out the game if you're not playing it on the channel. Eddie says he likes that one. I've never played it. So we get a inspiration, we get rid of threat token. And that's all good stuff. Paul says it's not public, it's just private. Okay, well if you're interested in checking that out, I guess you'll have to figure something else out. But I might release the video later. Okay, so you are filming. Well then you'll just have to go check out Paul's channel as well. Although if you're unaware of Gaming Rules, then that would surprise me. But well, now you know where to find Paul and also potentially Lord of the Rings card games, but lots of other good stuff. And I know Paul is playing this game as well. So if you're looking for more Journeys in Middle-earth, Paul's got it going on too. And he's probably doing better than me. Oh, now Paul's got me shilling his channel. He says he's streaming it to patrons. So if you're a patron of Paul's, you can check it out. Well, there you go. Patreon, Paul very generously supports the Ready Steady Play Patreon. So, you know, it's always happy to mention when he's got things going on as well. And, you know, spread the love and the support for all of the wonderful content creators creating board game content in our wonderful hobby. You finished the base game campaign a week or so ago. I still haven't finished the base game campaign for this because Chris and I started live streaming it and then pandemic happened. But you replayed the last scenario this week. Yeah, I'm thinking about replaying the last scenario from the Ember Crown. because I wasn't pleased with how that went. Did you replay? Is that the new function in the app, Paul? That's like reset the adventure? I saw that had been added since I finished Amber Crown, and I'm tempted to go back and use that to sort of replay that finale, because it didn't really satisfy me. Okay, that's interesting. So there's now a function where you can save and quit, and then reset your last adventure and sort of have a do-over. Paul says, "'Cause I died." That's a good reason for a do-over. Yeah, I haven't talked a lot about the finale of Ember Crown, because I was kind of hoping to save it for a sort of a grander review I want to do of Journeys in Middle-earth when I've actually finished more than one of the campaigns, but I don't know if that'll ever happen. But I was really not impressed with the ending of that campaign for us either. Although not because I played that with someone in quarantine while we were someone from the household while we were in quarantine. So I wanted to try that again, but we didn't die. We're playing on adventure mode, which is the easy sort of fun exploration mode. But there was just some stuff in that final adventure that I wasn't very impressed with. So I would like to reset that and try again. So I will, and maybe I'll do that on stream. Although I'll have to play both parts on stream. But do I still have the characters though? To be continued. Back to this. Right, Gandalf's dissipated the storm. He's killed an orc taskmaster. Time for Balin to go adventuring. The sky is angry and dark with storm clouds. Every so often, thunder rolls through the area, followed by wind pushing back against your progress. This storm means your journey will be all the more difficult. However, they say adversity builds character, so perhaps this is an opportunity in disguise. Perhaps. This is we're building up the character for when we eventually get to those books. Well, I don't know about the storm. I know that these two tokens are associated with the storm, but I don't think I have time to dilly-dally around with that. Balin's going in here anyway to explore this tile. Gandalf's all done. Confirm exploration. An ancient oak presides over this stretch of hill land, and a rocky slope conceals a bear den. Oh god. The ground before you seems to rise and fall in a pattern. Let us just ignore it and not worry about it. Aha! An obsidian obelisk juts out from the Mirkwood floor. It projects an aura of enmity that endangers you and the nearby elf path. Your journey continues. No, it doesn't. I stopped to resolve the obelisk. An obsidian obelisk projects an aura of enmity. A sun is carved into its surface. There are several ways such a stone could be dealt with. Perhaps something in the area could give you guidance on how to dispose of it. Man, if you didn't find this book really quickly, you would be totally stumped for a really long time. But we all remember, of course we remember, chat, that the best thing to do with a sun is to... It's to... Cancel it! Cancel the sun. Sun, you are canceled. Oh, man. Chat, none of you remember what's going on. None of you. You don't know what's going on. No, cleanse it. Eddie, we cleansed the moon already. You can't cleanse the sun and the moon. Now, if you remember... We smash the shield, we dispel the sword, so we gotta topple the sun, right? Obviously. God, I hope that was right. If you destroy the obelisk, you could stop its spread of its evil influence. If you're corrupted, suffer one face down fear, then test agility. Frick. I'm so bad at agility. We're going to be here forever. Well, I suffer one face down fear. Just for trying. Oh, please show me some cards with lots of options. Okay, well, I guess we're spending 2 inspiration tokens and hoping that's enough. I spent 3 last time, so I guess we'll find out whether 2 would have been enough. Please. The obelisk's dark forces repel you. Filled with dread, you stagger backwards. Suffer 1 fear and move to a nearby space unless you gain a corruption. Well, I will suffer... Oh, this is face-up fear as well. God, that's a high price to pay. Gloom. Oh, well, at least it's not that bad. So we'll flip that face down. What is that? That's 3 fear. Ugh, I can only take 5. I can take 4, and then I get 1 from my greenwood garb. So I'll get pushed back a square. And actually, I'll get pushed back up here. No, I can't explore when I'm pushed back, can I? No, and move to a nearby space. Yeah, so I can move up here, right? Is there any reason why I can't move into this exploration? Or can you not explore with forced movement? I feel like this is janky, so it's probably not allowed. But if I can leverage the rule interpretation to my advantage, I'm going to do it. You better believe I'm going to do it. Exploration. A map tile has, yep, a hero moves into a space, that hero must immediately explore it. Exploring a tile is not an action. I mean, it doesn't say anything in here. It just says you have to move on to it. And this just says move to a nearby space. It doesn't say explored space. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to get pushed back here. But I still have 1 space of movement from when I moved here, because I went 1 into this space. So I moved 1 from there to there. I did the obelisk, which I actually put out. Oops. And then I can get pushed back to here, and then I'll be able to move back into here anyway, so... we might as well do this, and just gather some further information from what is, you know, otherwise a failure. No! But I did choose to go here. Please don't be bad. A river winds through the woodland, carving steep banks into the land where a bridge spans its width. Discard the exploration token and gain 1 inspiration. Yes, I will. A small pond surrounded by lush greenery is dotted with lily pads. I mean, that's obviously a waste of time. Aha! An obelisk juts out from the Mirkwood Forest floor. It projects an aura of enmity that is bad. Yes. That is clearly the truth. The journey continues. Well, I have 1 more space of movement, so I guess I shall just move back to this obelisk and continue trying to smash it. And that's it! That's the whole thing. We're now to the evil phase. Fingers crossed, it's not too bad. The evil power that infests the obelisks darkens your thoughts and turns your heart against your friend. So now it's Balin's turn to do this test, so... It's the spirit test. We need 3 successes to avoid taking any damage. And... that's it. If we fail, we'll have to get rid of 2 of our prepared cards. Wow. That's just terrible. Well, if I take both fear, I'll actually have to run a last stand. So let's spend this inspiration here, so that we only take one fear and hope that the fear doesn't make us take another fear. We're also going to have to get rid of 2 of our prepared cards. So I'm going to get rid of Undying Might and Clever Wit, I guess. Bummer. Ah, it's just gloom. Fortunate. This, not so fortunate. Do you know what I really wish? I really wish I could have that stone with the green garlands back from right at the start. Get rid of one of my fear cards. That'd be great now. You think that something once majestic could become so foul, like a clear summer sky turned cloudy, sheer, and thunderous. Each hero tests wisdom. Each hero who fails discards an inspiration and a prepared card. Balin, swear to God, if you fail this, buddy... Wait, you only have 3 wisdom. What am I doing? Yeah! Oh, that's where all the successes were. I would have probably rather had those before, but... Do you know what? Small mercies. I'm not going to complain now. Gandalf, meanwhile... Oh, dropped a card. Reach! Reach! Gandalf is going to nail it. I have a feeling. Well, I guess we'll spend an inspiration. Otherwise, we're going to lose it anyway. Is that it? Please say that's it. That feels like we got off lightly there. That feels... I mean, there could have been more enemies, right? Okay, so we've only taken care of 1 obelisk, though. I'm really concerned that Balin needs to take care of this. To be fair, actually, at the end of his turn, I can use the Raven to get rid of 1 fear. Ugh, I should have done that last time, actually, because... if I take 1 more fear, I'm going to have to do a last stand, which I'm not super excited about the prospect of. And I'm going to take a fear just for interacting with the obstacle, so I'm probably just going to have to do a last stand with Balin. What if I just do a last stand with Balin now and just lose immediately? That would suck. Was that a little too real? Maybe it's not worth it, but then what's he going to do, right? I guess he could end his turn and rest once. But he's going to have to get rid of this fear, so I'm just going to have to plan around succeeding this last stand, I think. I only have 1 inspiration, though. And I need some successes as well. Exactly. Is Daredevil known for being without fear? Is that Daredevil's thing? I need to learn. The Beard Bros need to learn to be without fear. This 1 corruption has actually had quite a high cost. It's a shame I had to take that, but I don't think I would have passed the last one without it. Okay, so, well, honed agility. Let's prepare that. As much as I love Misty Mountains Cold, and I do love it, I know that this needs agility. And so that just gives me a success automatically. We'll put that back there so that Gandalf can get 1 success on his turn as well. I know that Gandalf's going to have to go and find the next obelisk, so... I use the Tome of Battle? No, I don't think so. I'd rather save it to get inspiration when there's enemies nearby. I've got so many terrible cards in his deck. I'm sure that I'm going to draw 1 or 2 that I want to prepare. Alright, we got Grey Pilgrim and Quick Temper. Let us put Grey Pilgrim down here and Quick Temper on top. I want to get that success going. And then let us begin with Gandalf, I suppose. We'll check the top of Balin's deck. It's inspiration cards, so we can have an inspiration. And then I think let us move here, because we'll explore this tile, and it will allow us to move up here and explore that one, or down here if there's an obelisk there. A ridge of white stone forms a narrow pass in the otherwise rolling hills. So that becomes inspiration. A stretch of shoreline has been blackened, burned by fire somehow. That seems interesting. Sure wish I had time to actually explore it. But that's it. So we use our second point of movement to move up here to the remaining spot up here. I could have moved in here, but I'm going to have to move to one of these two spots if there's nothing here anyway. So I might as well move in here, and that will get rid of another exploration tile. I mean, this will too, but I might be in the same spot as the obelisk if it's here, whereas the obelisk could be here or here on this tile. I don't know. It's the way my brain is working. I don't know if it's right. We'll see. If the obelisk is here, this was a good move. Sickly trees bend over shallow pools. Does that 5? No, he's got 4, so Gandalf can hold on to one more inspiration token. At least we've got that. Something sparkles at the water's edge. Your journey continues. Okay, so the question is, do we move into the final space, or do we explore the sparkly thing at the water's edge? I don't know. I don't know. I think we move on. I think we get rid of the exploration token. I mean, it's going to spawn the obelisk, but... Oh, actually, no. I had to get rid of everything with sprint on it. I don't have any sprint. I was like, oh, if I have some sprint, now would be a great time to use it. I don't have it. So, yeah, I guess we spend this turn moving, because if we don't, then we're just going to have to move in next turn, and this way we can prepare for the obelisk, and we'll have another action we can use next turn to move around more. Gandalf's just a wandering. The forest is thick with trees, and a single hut hides among them. Yep, I can't actually collect that token. At least I got rid of it. You hear a faint, whickering sound on the breeze. It seems to be coming from this area. And that means I've found the final obelisk. It must be in this space. Yep. Okie dokie. So, unfortunately, I'm all out of actions, so I can't do anything about the obelisk, but at least we found it. We're there. We can resolve it next turn. And I'm sure once I destroy the 4 obelisks, that will be the end and I will succeed. And there definitely won't be more to it. Alright, so what is going on over here with Balin? What is this? The ground before you rises and falls in a pattern. What is this? A small... surrounded by lush greeneries. See, I'm just wondering if there's maybe somewhere around here I can get rid of fear in some way. You know, because if I go and do something that's sort of regenerative, restorative, these are supposed to build character, right? That's what it said. Because at the end of my turn I can get rid of another fear. So I'm just thinking it might be worth taking a time out from these obelisks with Balin to... you know, remove some fear, rather than risking a last stand that I could potentially fail at. I don't have a lot of inspiration either. I'm just wondering if either of these is actually going to help with the removal of fear. That doesn't seem good. I feel like I've seen this before, actually, in another one of these adventures. I think they do reuse these scenarios, but I can't remember what it actually plays out as. So maybe the small pond, the tranquil, lush greenery will alleviate some fear. I'm going to give it a shot. You know, fingers crossed. And then at least I can get rid of one fear at the end of my turn as well. Right? Oh god, it's wit. I just got rid of my wit. God damn it. My prepared wit. The water of the pond is quite clear and fairly deep. You see many fish swimming within the depths. You're pretty sure you can rig up a fishing pole with what you have on your person. This is not what I wanted. Okay, so here's 3 cards. I get 3, even though I'm wit 2 because of the Raven Companion. I'm not going to pass this test. Ugh. Okay, well I could spend an inspiration to pass it, which seems like a real waste, but I don't want this to be a complete waste, so I'm going to do it anyway. At worst, it'll probably just give me my inspiration back, right? Right? You dangle your makeshift pole into the pond and wait patiently. Success! You spend some time at the pond until you have a fat brace of cleaned fish ready for tonight's supper. Gain an inspiration, and that's it. Okay, well, that's a little disappointing that that wasn't more impactful, but I mean, it just cost me a whole turn to do that. So, yeah, that was a complete waste. But the thing is that... oh, you've gained Hobbit Rations. You or a nearby hero may immediately equip it. Okay, I rescind my commentary. This could be really useful. Let's find out what Hobbit Rations do, and then I'll tell you whether or not it was a complete waste of time. Okay, I've got a huge deck of cards here. Look through. Hobbit Rations. Hobbit Rations. That's an old pipe. That's an axe. Swords and things. Ooh, 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 ooh. Hobbit Rations. Ah! What's that? It's a hammer. Horn of horns, helmets, maps, tomes, extra rations. No, I need Hobbit Rations. Tookish apple cakes, butter biscuits. Oh, does someone else in my game have this item? Is it possible? Brooch, but old map. Home. Extra rations. Right. No, I need Hobbit Rations, damn it. Freeland Rations. Yeah, someone else must have the Hobbit Rations. Okay. Uh-oh. They're probably one of the characters Chris and I are playing from the original campaign then. I think those are the only ones I've got saved. I think. Might have the Ember Crown characters still actually put away. Get back into your slot item cards. Alright. Who's got the Hobbit Rations? Who is it? Is it Aragorn? Dagger, sword. Nope. Don't think so. Oh my god, Legolas! Me! I was playing Legolas. Do you have the Hobbit Rations, Legolas? Give them back. Cloak? Hobbit Rations! Legolas does have them. There's only one? An outrage. I must make a note that I stole Legolas's... Oh, I don't have a pen. I'll do it later. I will totally forget to do that. Alright, I immediately... That's the wrong thing. I immediately equip the Hobbit Rations. I think I can carry 2 items, right? At the start of the rally phase, you may deplete this item for a hero in your space to discard a wound. That's no good. I need to discard fear. Bring me the Hobbit Pipe, damn it. Well, that's all set up. I mean, maybe later I can get something that restores fear instead. That would be useful. But that's the end of my turn, so I shall discard the Raven Companion to rest 1 and get rid of this fear card here. Actually, it's got to be random. So I don't know which one it is. I don't know. I can't remember what that one is either, but there you go. That one. Get rid of that one. Alright. Yes. And that's the end of that, I suppose. Well, we're all set next turn to smash some obelisks, so fingers crossed this shadow phase isn't too mean. The power that infests the obelisks darkens. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Oh god. We might wind up doing that. Oh, I completely forgot about this. Ooh, I also forgot about this. He should have one inspiration at least. Jeez. Okay, well, sugar, this is really gonna get me in trouble. Oops. Here we go. Gandalf first. 1, 2, 3, 4, because it's spirit, right? At least we have high spirits on these characters. Alright, so we got 2 on Gandalf, actually, which is surprising. So Gandalf passes completely. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 on Balin as well. And I really need Balin. I really need you to do well here, buddy. Come on. Alright, I see 1. What's back there? Okay, I see 1, but we've also got that symbol. So we've got our 1 inspiration here that we can spend to pass as well. So we got away with that. Ooh. Alright, let's smash up some of these obelisks. Right, Balin has no inspiration left, which really sucks. So I need to... Well, I do have honed agility, though, which is good, but... I'm going to take 1 more fear, at least, from this obelisk smashing endeavor. I kind of want to move Balin away from... Because he's not going to be able to destroy this turn. So if he destroys that, I might move him over here. Maybe he can build some character in the storm. Although next turn, he kind of just needs to go after that anyway. But at least if he's not standing on it, he doesn't have to do the obelisk, the test, right? Because he won't be on a tile with fear on it, with a threat token on it, which is the main thing that we want to avoid. Hey, good morning, Ralph. Thanks for checking in. We're just destroying some evil in Middle-earth. Alright, so here we go. Scouting 2 with Balin. We've got Wiles and Time of Need. Oh, Time of Need is pretty clutch. At the end of your turn, you may scout X, where X is the number of shadow skills you have prepared. You can also hide. Well, I don't have any shadow skills prepared. I think I'll prepare Time of Need, because I don't have any inspiration. The Time of Need lets me convert all of the inspiration symbols in 1 check into inspiration. Into successes. I mean, as though I had inspiration tokens. So that could be really useful. Given my complete lack of tokens otherwise. And here we go with Gandalf, who's still got a ton of inspiration tokens. Really, I should be sending Gandalf up here to do this one, but he's so slow. Unless I draw a card with like Sprint 2 on it, Balin's going to have to do that as well. Though I don't really like it. Balin can't take any more fear, whereas Gandalf's got 5 more fear he can take. 6 actually, I think? No, not 6, because he has different items. 5. He can take 5 more. Still much more than Balin. Alright, what have we got here? Lazy and Luckwearer. Well, let's equip Luckwearer, because it's pretty useless otherwise. And we'll put Lazy on the bottom. Alright, let's start with Balin, I think. Actually, yeah, let's start with Balin. If I'm going to do a last stand, I want to know about it now. Right, so this is the sun. And we must topple the sun. If you are corrupted, suffer 1 face-down fear. I am corrupted. I suffer 1 face-down fear, which puts me back on 4. Super bad. Now test agility. My agility is 2. It is a good thing. I have prepared honed agility. Oh, come on. Alright. Well, I guess I don't need to use honed agility then. We've already racked up 2 successes. We only needed the 1. You shatter the stone, and the air around you is suddenly lighter, the ominous aura dissipating like smoke in a wind. Far away, you hear an inhuman scream. Something knows you're meddling. Cool. Can't believe it doesn't even give us an inspiration for that. Cheapskates. Alright, I now got one more action, which I'm going to use 2 movement. I think... I don't like the idea of doing a last stand now that I've just discarded 2 successes. But I also have time of need, so it really depends on what I'm called upon to check. But I also don't think it's worth doing a last stand if you can possibly avoid it. So let's move 2 spaces over here towards the storm. And then we can maybe do the storm next turn, or maybe move into here, see how we feel about it. Because we're going to have another threat event before that happens anyway. And we can't interact with the token this turn, so there's not really much point going and standing on it. I mean, it would buy us an action next turn, but the cost might be very high. Gandalf's going to destroy this one. Come on, Gandalf. I believe in you. You can do it, buddy. A sword is carved into its surface. Dispel it. If you suffer 1 face down fear, I am corrupted, so I shall suffer 1 face down fear. And now I shall test wisdom. Oh, God. I made the right choice sending Gandalf over here. His wisdom is 4. There's no possible way I could fail this. Oh my God. Well, here's the thing. I need 3 successes. And I just so happen to have 3 inspirations. So rather than waste my time, I think I'll just spend them. I think I need 3 successes. I might need more. But what I don't want to do is fail and have to do it again and take more fear. You shatter the stone! It's the same text as before. Something knows we're meddling with it. Lore increases and the threat token goes. Nice. Alright. So, Gandalf can still check a card, which I totally forgot to do. So I guess I'll just check my own deck with Nosy. Hey! There we go. 1 inspiration token back. Although, actually, this was probably the right order to do things in anyway, because I had maximum inspiration. So, we've got 1 action left. We might as well move 2 spaces over here, because now we're actually over here where Balin is anyway. So maybe Balin can do that storm, and Gandalf can actually go and do the last obelisk, which seems way safer because he has all the inspiration. I mean, all the inspiration, because he can take another 3, 4 fear. He's resistant to fear. Gandalf doesn't scare easily. He's just not very good at passing tests. But that's it for now. That's the end of our hero's turn. It's time to resort to the shadow phase. Each hero on a tile with a threat token. Well, none of them are on a tile with a threat token. I made sure of that. Alright, here we go. What's it going to be? Please don't be too bad. Whoa, 3 giant spiders miles away. I'll get my monster tray out. That's really funny because it's like, with the elves' attention turned to the spiders, other threats have crept into the woods. Like, other different spiders that the elves aren't dealing with. Come out of the tray, spiders. Please? Uh-oh. Well, the spiders can't come out of the miniatures tray. It's holding them in too securely. Oh, there we go. 1, 2, 3 spiders. The good news is, though, that they've got a long way to walk if they want to get to us. Like, a big old journey through the woods. Game will be over by then. I've only got like 2 more turns, or whatever. Oh no! There's an elite orc marauder in the castle. Now I'm sad. At least it wasn't 3 giant doors. Well, you're right about that, Eddie. It could have been worse. It could have been 3 giant doors. What's an orc marauder look like? It's this guy. And he's got an elite banner as well. Which is this one? Question mark? No. Get out of here, Rivers. Nobody likes you anyway. It's always the one on the bottom. Alright. Elite Orc Marauder. Hanging out in the castle. Getting in the way with your fancy banner. And your haircut. Please let that be it. Alright. Each hero resets their deck of scouts too. I really hope someone can kill this Orc Marauder so that someone can go and resolve that final thing. I'm concerned that he is elite. Oh, Gandalf can stun him. But then Balin... Oh, I need Balin to kill this guy. So, let us check his stats in just a moment. First, we must do the scouting thing. So we're scouting 2 with Balin, and we can scout 3 with Gandalf because of Grey Pilgrim, which is good. Okay, here we go. Okay. Shadow Sight and Unyielding Spirit. So I might as well prepare Unyielding Spirit, because I don't see any reason not to, and I shall put Shadow Sight back on top because of its success. And then it's Gandalf's turn. And we're gonna get 3 cards, and we're gonna... I don't know. I'm tempted even to, like, just evade the orc. Try to evade the orc. Is this, if there's an enemy in your space? No, there's not. There's an enemy nearby, but not in their space. Orc, why did you have to appear there? You could have appeared, like... It'd be so much better if you're in my space or miles away. That's the least convenient space you could have appeared in, honestly. Any other space would have been better. Literally any other space. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Alright, we've got Uncanny, Fast Talking, and Guidance. So, well, Fast Talking is strike 2 on it, so I just think we should prepare that. Uncanny is really good because it lets us get rid of our lazy card, but I think we prepare Fast Talking and we put both of these back on top because Uncanny has also got 2 inspiration symbols on it. And actually, I'll put Uncanny on top so I can check my own deck for that. And let us just begin with Gandalf, because Gandalf needs to go kill this orc. No, he doesn't! Shit. Balin needs to kill that orc. Damn it. Does that change my mind about what I'm going to prepare? What's guidance? Before a hero in your space test, you may discard the skill for that hero to scout 2 and also become hidden. No, I don't think so. No, I think I'll keep it the same. Let's see what the deal on the Orc Marauder is. Huge is what? Extra hit points? Extra health, yeah. Damn it! Oh, this guy really sucks. So I've got kind of 2 bad options here, basically. Because I assume that last obelisk, because I've had on the obelisks so far, I've had Spirit, Agility, and Wisdom. So presumably that last obelisk is either Might or Wit. I'm going to assume, because it's the shield obelisk that we have to smash, it's Might. So I kind of want Balin to do it, but if he does it, he's going to have to do... He's going to have to do a last stand against fear, because he'll take one more fear. But I might just have to risk it, because he's probably going to take a fear at some point. If he goes and fights that orc, he's not going to be able to one-shot an orc with 8 health and 2 armor. So he's going to get attacked by the elite orc anyway, which is probably going to cause fear anyway. So I don't think there's an option here. I think I have to send Gandalf in to fight the elite orc, because he can stun it, and then Balin can move through the space. So it's a risk I don't want to have to take, but I'm going to have to take it. So yeah, so Gandalf activates, he moves in here and attacks the orc. How about the orc? So let's go and attack with Wisdom. So we're going to draw 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. I need 2 successes in order to do stun. But I know that I've got at least 1, so that's a good thing. I mean, if we can kill the guy, it'd be better, but... Oh! Use Nosy first. I knew that the card was there. Alright, so that's actually 2 useless cards. So we've got 1 success off of Guidance. So, let me think here. I need 2 successes, so I have to spend 1. If I spend another, what does that get me? I'll have 3 hits and stun. Another 1 success. I could add 2 hits and pierce. So that's 5 hits. I'm going to be 1 hit off killing the orc. That's a real bummer. If there'd been 1 more inspiration symbol here, I could actually kill him. But... is it worth spending the inspiration token then? For just 2 hits? No, I'm going to have to attack him again anyway, so I might as well keep that one in case I need it later. So this is still going to get me with 2 successes, and I'll spend fast talking as well, just because I'm going to have a chance to prepare another card later. That's still going to get me... Wait, no, that's... Yeah, that's 3 hits and stun. Yeah. So that's 4... That's 5 hits. Yeah, 6, 7. It's not enough. Damn it. So that's stun and 3 hits plus 2 more hits thanks to the strike. Oh. Yeah, okay, so actually... Wait a minute. So if I have 1 more success, that gives me 2 hits and stun. No, that gives me 2 hits and pierce. So is that enough? That's going to leave him on 1, right? Yeah. Damn it. That's probably still better than leaving him on 5, though. I didn't realize without Pierce I left him on 5, which I really don't like. So I will spend that extra success token to do the 7 with Pierce. Alright. Okay! And then I guess Gandalf's got 1 more space of movement. But I don't know what I'm going to use that for. So I guess I'll just stand here with this orc. Kill him next turn, I suppose. Balin's going to go... God, you guys can't really see anything. Okay. Balin's going to go 1-2 over here and probably have to do a last stand check. And then hopefully smash the obelisk. It's spooky scary. It's a shield. Smash it! Except for 1 face down fear. Oh no! That's number 5. That's number 5. We're gonna have to do a last stand. Do I do that right now? Confirm. Oh god, okay. Fear. Oh no! Even now, a clever trick might pull you back from the brink. Oh, you guys can't see any of this. Jesus, I'm sorry. It's wit. That's why, oh, Node, it's wit. I'm so bad at wit. But the good news is, I just need any symbol, and I'll be alright. Even though I have no inspiration, I still have time of need. So, provided there's at least, and I actually, didn't I put a success back on top here? I think I should be okay. Fuck me. Good God. That was so close. Man. Ugh. Cool. Well, that's good. By face. That's the thing is, all the fear was face down, so we get rid of all of it, which is awesome. And we gain an inspiration too, so that's excellent news for Balin. But we do have this token here, which, you know, means we're more likely to die to fear. Anyway, now we're testing might. I knew it would be might. So I have might 3. 1, 2, 3. Please show me lots of things. Please show me lots of symbols. Hey! So I guess we spend our 1 inspiration to make 3 successes. And that's going to be enough, I think, to pass this test. Yeah, baby! Far away, you hear an inhuman scream. Aha! Your meddling has caught the attention of darker forces, and by their strange shrieks they must be the ones who placed these strange obelisks in the first place. If you defeat them, the elf path should be safe once more. Spawn 3 Shadow Men. Final objective, defeat the Shadow Men. I don't know, man. What about the Shadow Women? Or Shadow People? I mean, you know, can we not be a bit more diverse in our shadow folk? So, here's the shadow people. They're spooky, scary, and also I need to kill that orc too. So they were. Oh, I didn't check where they were. Damn it. They were here, right, chat? Hang on. They were here, right? In this space with the storm raging overhead? I'm sure they were. I'm going to put them there. And they're elite. I bet they have sorcery. Ah, they do have sorcery. I knew it. Guarded. You cannot apply cleaver stun to this group. Oh, that sucks. When this group attacks, its fear is increased. Lucky I just got rid of that fear. You cannot apply stun or lethal to this group. Wow, stun is blocked twice. What about the Shadow Kobold? Good question, Jonathan. What happened to the Shadow Kobold? I'm a kobold. Alright, well, Balin did it. He did the thing. He's all out of stuff now, so I guess it's time for the shadow phase. Hopefully I've cleared off enough of these obelisks and done enough exploration that hopefully these spiders will hang back long enough to let me kill these other things. Please. Move 3 to attack Gandalf or closest hero. Well, there's no target. 6 spaces? You've got to be kidding me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, great. Well, I guess Gandalf can kill all of those too then. Move 1, ignoring terrain and black borders. Attack Balin or closest hero. Well, they can only reach Gandalf, so I guess they attack Gandalf. Da 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 da. Well, this space is very crowded all of a sudden. Oh, they had an elite banner, didn't they? It was this one, isn't it? Come to me, elite banner. There we go. Everyone's in this one space now. It's a right party. Quick, Gandalf. Use obliterate everything in your space. Your foe is ghastly to behold and fights with unflagging discipline. 2 wounds, 3 fear, spirit negates. Okay. Well, at least I'm quite good at spirit, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Save me, spirit. Alright, well I got 1 success there. So, here's my plan. I'm going to give up 2... Oh, that's all my inspiration. 2 inspiration to block 2 more damage. And then I'll give up Grey Pilgrim to block 2 more damage. So I block all damage. And because I've discarded Grey Pilgrim and I haven't used Gandalf's ability yet, I can now gain an inspiration and scout 1. So at least I get 1 back. And I scout a card. Flat. Dazzling Flash. When you attack an enemy in your space, discard this skill to add Smite and Stun to the attack. Well, Smite will be super useful, so let's definitely prepare that. Smite bypasses sorcery, which is part of what's protecting these scaly shadow people. Okay. Cool. So we've managed to actually negate all of that damage, which is crazy. Alright. What we really don't want is to hit that 60. So I guess Gandalf's going to use the Tome of Battle to scout 4 and also gain an inspiration because there's definitely enemies in his space. So I think with Gandalf, what I'm thinking is I'm just going to finish off the orc and the spiders and then move Balin in to attack the Shadow Men because I can stun that orc and I just don't want to be taking attacks from all of these enemies relentlessly. Whereas I think I can kill that orc with 1 shot from Gandalf, and possibly the spiders. We'll have to check their hit points. But because I can cleave the spiders, I think, unless they have some special ability, I think that's probably the best course of action. Just wipe everything else out so I can focus on the main enemies without having to suffer 2 attacks from these other guys every round. Alright, here we go. 4 cards for Gandalf, because we used the Tome of Battle. Show me useful things. Alright, so we got Clever Wit, Fast Talking, Undying Might, and Uncanny. So I think we should prepare Fast Talking because it's got Strike 2 on it. How do I keep getting that? I'll put Uncanny on top because it's got the good 2 good inspiration symbols on the... Put these other 2 on the bottom. Alright. And Balin. I've actually got 4 cards prepared, but let's see what I draw here. Balin's actually got Sunder as well, so we could potentially go and Sunder some of the armor on these Shadow Men, which could be really useful. He's got Crushing Blow prepared. I think they only have 1 armor as well, so that would get us past that armor, which would be really good. Just permanently. Unless it only sunders 1 armor per figure. I'm not sure. I'll have to... We'll find out. Right, here we go. Come on, Balin. Find some good cards, I guess. I don't really know what I want him to find here, because I'm quite happy with everything he's got prepared. Oh, both of these are things I want prepared, though. The thing is, I think I probably want Misty Mountains Cold more. No, actually, do you know what? If I move Balin into the space first, and then... No, Gandalf can give inspiration to Balin. So let's prepare Intrepid, because we'll probably get an inspiration. We'll let Gandalf give 1 of his inspirations from killing all of these things to Balin, and then Balin can discard Intrepid to gain another 1 and scout 1. I think that's probably better. We'll bottom deck Misty Mountains Cold then, because I don't even have an inspiration. I do have Time of Need prepared though. So I'm going to have to give up 1 of these. I guess I'm going to give up Spirit just because if I have to test agility, my agility is really bad, so we'll give up Unyielding Spirit. Okay. But we'll let Gandalf start. And we'll check the top card of his deck with Nosy, which we know has got Inspiration on it. And I think... let's just check out what the hit points are like on these spiders. Please don't be really dreadful. 4. No, we can kill these pretty easily, I think. Let's start off with the orc. He's basically dead. How much armor did these guys have? Just 1. And if we sunder, does it take it all off? No, it's just 1 per figure. Okay. I think. That's kind of a bummer, but never mind. How much health do they have? 5! Good lord. Okay, well, it is a boss fight, I guess. Of some description! And they're going to attack every time, and they're immune to stun. Oh, it's awful. It's awful, awful, awful. Okay. But that's okay. We've got a plan. We just have to execute on the plan, which is Gandalf, murder everybody else first. So I'm going to start by attacking this orc. I'm just going to use my my standard wisdom attack here, 4 cards on the orc. And to kill him, all I need is 1 success. Well, there's 2. So I guess we'll just apply 3 hits and stun. So that, I mean, he's going to die anyway. It doesn't really matter. You're dead, son. So, the good news here is that we can, of course, kill the orc. And we can give that inspiration to Balin because he's nearby. So, Balin can then immediately discard Intrepid to gain a 2nd inspiration, all of which is good because he didn't have any, and also scout 1 card. Please be something useful. Oh, it's whatever I put there. Boasting. When you test Spirit or Might, you may suffer 1 face down fear. Okay, so it's kind of a shit version of Time of Need. We'll see about that. I'm not sure if I want to take any more fear with Balin. But I've prepared it anyway because it's better to have it out of the deck. Alright, Gandalf goes again against the spiders. We're drawing 4 cards with our wisdom attack again. And here I only need 2 successes to do 4 hits with Cleave. So this should be doable. Alright, so I've got 1. I can spend a inspiration to do another. So there we have it. 4 hits with Cleave. That's off of the staff and the sword there. 2 hits in Cleave, plus another 2 hits from the Elfforged sword. I mean, technically, I suppose I could do 4 hits with Cleave and Pierce. You know, like, why not, right? Except that the Pierce is irrelevant, because the spiders have no armor. Confirm. Yep, so we'll give that inspiration back to Gandalf, because we just know he's so useless without it. And Balin's now got Boasting and Time of Need prepared. Alright, so that's both of Gandalf's attacks, but the good news is, all we've got to deal with now are the Shadow Men. So, I guess Balin moves back in and attacks them for 1. He might as well get started on them, even though it's kind of a bummer, because they've got tons of health, and they're going to attack him anyway, but... Here we go. So we're attacking with Might, so we get 3 cards. I mean, to be fair, actually, do you know what? Actually, actually, let's attack before we move by spending an inspiration to make the hatchet ranged. Because then they can't even attack back, right? So we spend 1 inspiration to do a ranged attack with the Wanderer's hatchet against them. And then they can't hit me back, right? That's how it works, isn't it? And before you strike with this skill, add Sunder to the attack. So we'll probably use Crushing Blow. Let's see what we get here. Wow. Oh, so bad. Ugh, so bad. Do you know what, though? I quite like this idea of Balin just not getting involved in the fight. And sort of staying off to the side. Although he does have all these abilities that help him survive enemy attacks. So I don't really want to keep spending all my inspiration making these ranged attacks. Alright, do you know what? I'm going to use boasting against my better judgment, I think. No, do you know what? I'm going to use Time of Need, actually, because I think it's slightly better when it goes back into the deck. So we use Time of Need. So that gives us 1 success, and then we'll add Crushing Blow. So 3 hits and Sunder. Not great, Balin. Gotta say, a little disappointed in you, buddy. That's basically 1 damage, but at least you got rid of an armor. No. Actually, it can't. So now the question is, I could do another ranged attack. I have 1 more inspiration. Or I could just move into the space. Because they're elites, they can't get exhausted, and because they can't be stunned, which really sucks, they're just gonna keep attacking back every time I attack them in that space. Yeah, Toby, it does feel a bit like it's down to Gandalf to save the day here, but you know, if the thing is, Balin has the Hobbit rations here, you know, so he can use these to heal wounds. He's got shield, which lets me get stuff out of here. And his ability is when he's attacked as well. I mean, the only thing that's making me cautious about moving him in is the fact that, well, I mean, he's going to run out of inspiration anyway. But the reason I'm cautious about moving him, so long as he can do ranged attacks, it doesn't feel like there's a point to moving him in. He's going to run out of inspiration, though, so... Yeah, so I think we do 1 more ranged attack and he moves in next turn, right? And hopefully he saves Gandalf. I guess? I feel like it's not even going to do any damage. Oh god, we'll try it anyway. Here we go. 1 more ranged attack. I don't know. If this feels kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't, really. I'm trying to decide if I draw 1 less card and use Honed Agility. No, because then I can't use Boasting. If I need to. Okay, cool. There's 2 successes. So let's use Boasting to make it 3. So we take 1 face down Fear for that. But the good news is that we do 4 hits, 6 hits with Sunder. Jeez. Good job, Balin. So, I don't know if this decreases their overall threat, but at least 1 Shadow Man down. And that's the end of that. So, there we go. Shadow Phase. Move 1. Yeah, well, they're in the space with Gandalf, so they're just attacking. Ouch. Agility! Agility! You gotta be shitting me. I'm an old man! I can't be dealing with this nonsense. Here we go. 2 cards, baby. Blam! Well, actually, that's not terrible. I mean, if I had Time of Need prepared, it would be better. But I could avoid 3 damage here at the cost of all my inspiration. I think I'll do it. I'll spend 3. And I'll take 1 wound, I guess. Discard all of your boons. I don't have any boons. I'm not lucky enough to have boons. The one boon I got was useless when I got it, and it immediately went away. Cool. Threat increases by 4. Alright, guys, I gotta kill these things this round, or else we're gonna have another threat thing. And we don't want that. That's the last thing we want. So, right, what have I got going on here? I'm gonna start with Gandalf, and we're gonna use the Tome of Battle to scout 4 cards and gain an inspiration. And then I can use Luckwearer to return this and gain a boon of my choice, which will, of course, be emboldened, because, you know, that's slick as shit right now. So, if you all recall, this is the... After you deplete an item, you may remove this skill from the adventure to gain a boon of your choice and place a depletion token back on the item. So, that's one more card out of the deck. We got one item thing back. We got Emboldened. At the end of your turn, if there are no nearby enemies, discard this boon. If you suffer any damage, discard this boon. When you attack, add 2 hits. So we should get at least 2 hits out of this before it goes away. But we get an inspiration for using the Tome of Battle, and we get to scout 4 cards. So I'm hoping to just use Dazzling Flash here, combined with Fast Talking and Emboldened, because Dazzling Flash gives me Smite, and just potentially do enough damage to kill both of these guys. If I can get up to 9... I mean, I got 4 hits right here. If I can get up to 9 or 10, I think I can kill them all in 1 hit. So hopefully I'll draw... I mean, if I can draw... I really need more inspiration. But I can use Nosy. And if I can draw a... Oh, God, what's it called? Quick Temper. If I can draw a Quick Temper here, I should be laughing. I'm going to get 4 cards, so that's really good. Show me. Quick Temper. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go. Nope, but we did get Guidance. We got Honed Agility. We got Time of Need. All of these could be pretty clutch. I'm actually tempted to just take Time of Need and put the other 3 back on top. And then I can just use Time of Need to trigger the other 2, get 3 successes. With 3 successes, I can do 6 hits with Pierce. That's a total of 10 hits with the Emboldened and the Smite from Fast Talking. So let's just do that. Let's just prep Time of Need. Put all 3 of these back on top, and we'll make sure we put one with Inspiration on the very top so we can use Nosy with it. Nice. I think this is going to work out. I mean, and Balin's already carried a lot of his weight. You know, he destroyed 3 of the 4 obelisks, and he passed that last stand, which is pretty clutch because he's terrible at wit. So, honestly, Balin's kind of done enough. He deserves to just kind of take a rest, you know, chill out, and let Gandalf take care of these shadow folk for now, you know. All right, here we go. 2 cards. Alright, we got Treasure Seeker and Misty Mountains Cold. Oh, that keeps coming up. At the start of your turn, you may remove this skill from the adventure to place your hero in a space with a search token and interact with it without provoking attacks. Ooh. Yes, I want to prepare Truth Seeker and bottom deck Misty Mountains Cold. Do I? Yes. Why? Because look at all the search tokens. Balin can go first. He can warp somewhere and then do a search token, and he might actually do something useful. Because I'm pretty sure Gandalf's got this. I'm pretty sure. Feeling confident. We could go over here and build character in the storm. Remember that? That could be good. Let's do it. Let's just remove Truthseeker from the game. And we'll start with Balin. And we'll go over here. At least then we're still close by, just in case Gandalf needs us. Our help. Then we'll interact with this search token. So I actually get to move in there and interact with it as a single action. At the start of your turn, you may remove this skill from the skill... Wait. At the start of your turn, you may remove this skill from the adventure to place your hero in a space with a search token and interact with it without provoking attacks. Right, but does that cost an action or is that like a freebie? You find an abandoned hovel with a warm fire burning inside. You rest by the fire, drawing strength from the quiet and solitude. Gain 1 inspiration and flip all of your fear face down, then discard this search token. Brilliant! I mean, my fear is already face down, but at least I get an inspiration. I didn't even have to do anything. That's the most important thing. Follow-up question, though. So did that... I don't think that actually counted as an action, right? Well, and interact with it without provoking. So I think the interact was actually an action. So, because it does say interact with it without provoking attacks. So I would have had to take an interact action to do that. So I guess my final action will just be to move over. No, it'll be to attack the skelly men. Because now I have this inspiration, I can do it without moving into their space. Although I'm all out of those other things. So I guess I'll attack them with agility, because I have honed agility. So here we go. 2 cards. Blam! So we'll discard honed agility to gain 1 success. And that gives us 2 hits. Is that even worth doing? I mean, I suppose it's better than nothing, right? No, it's not going to bypass the sorcery, is it? Nope. I'm sad now. I'm sad now. I guess I shall keep honed agility then. And just chalk this one up to an unfortunate, terrible turn of events. What a waste of an inspiration. Okay, don't apply anything. We did nothing. Just... You're making me sad. Go away. Gandalf's turn. Okay. Here we go. So we're going to start by using Nosy to check the top card of the deck, which has an inspiration, so we take an inspiration. Now we're going to attack the enemies with Wisdom. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Alright, so we got the 3 cards we put on top, plus the very useless right now, Ship Flame Imperishable. So we can discard Time of Need to get 3 successes. And because we've also discarded Time of Need, we can trigger our once per round ability to gain an inspiration and scout 1. And it is Unyielding Spirit. Might as well prepare that. Don't see why not. And so with the 3 successes, we can do 2 hits from the Elf-Forged, 4 hits from the Elf-Forged Sword, plus another 2 hits with Pierce. We can also discard Dazzling Flash to add Smite and Stun to the attack, although they're immune to stun. So, let me just come back over here so I can track all this. So we got 6 hits from the Elf-Forged Sword. We've got Smite from the Dazzling Flash. We've also got Pierce from the Elf-Forged Sword as well. And then we've got 2 more hits from Emboldened. And we've got 2 more hits from the 2 strike on Fast Talking. So we discard Fast Talking as well to add Strike 2. Which gets us the 10 damage and we kill them. And I guess we'll give the inspiration to Balin, because he ain't got none. Who knows what's going to happen, but Gandalf's got plenty. Gandalf absolutely bossing it in this game. It's so rare. The last of the Shadow Men shrieks and then dissipates. You are unsure if the danger is gone for good, but at least it has been banished from this place. The heroes win! Lore increases by 4 and each hero receives 4 experience points. Yes! 2 in a row! You never thought it would have happened. Never in a million years did you think this would happen. 2 wins in a row! Oh my god! The crowd goes wild. Gandalf's carried away like C-3PO at the end of that Star Wars movie. It's a miracle. That actually went surprisingly well. Touch wood. Tip. That table's kind of made of wood. I'm actually really pleased with that. How dare you, hackers, suggest that I fixed that. If I knew how to rig these games, I would have started rigging them long ago. Like, way before I started failing so many times. Thanks, Ralph. Mixed chat. Alright. Let us... As you gather yourself for the next leg of your journey, an elven scout you recognize dashes over a ridge. Is it Leon? Or Ian? God, I think it is Ian. Balin, the spiders are gathering on the banks of the river Running, and King Thranduil marches against them. He knows all that happens within his domain, and he believes your strength will be needed now. Will you aid us now in protecting our halls? Jon waits stoically for your answer. You know the might of the elves is formidable, but if King Thranduil has sent Ian to ask for aid, things truly must be worse than you feared. You dread what would happen if the beasts forced entrance into the Wood Elves' protected realm. You must fight this evil together. Battle of River Running, Chapter 7. Well, but I already... that last one was Chapter 7. The elves, led by King Thranduil, are marching against the spiders. If the spiders and their allies cross the river Running, they will be able to enter the woodland realm and use the broken power of the elves to further their evil plans. You must hold back the line and drive the beasts back. The next adventure will be a battle map. This sounds suspiciously like a grand finale, doesn't it? You know? Ooh, did I get to upgrade some items? Oh, please tell me I got to upgrade some items. The Hobbit ration. I get to upgrade the Hobbit rations. Is that it? Really? Oh, come on. What have I got? 52. What do I need for the rest of this stuff? Oh, it's all like 55 and 58 and 65, 55, 58, 59, 57, 61, 54, 64, and 48. So I get to upgrade the Hobbit rat. Well, that's good. At least I can give these back to Legolas. Come here, Legolas. You can have your rations back, you jerk. Wasn't very good at Legolas either. Alright, and then we can upgrade them to something else, I guess. They can become Tookish apple cakes or Butterbur biscuits. So I want something here that gets rid of fear, basically. Is there food that can combat fear? Let us find out. It's right at the back as well, remember? Find them near the back. In my giant stack of items, somewhere there is cake. In this giant stack of items, there is Hobbit cake. Hobbit cake, Hobbit cake, hiding behind the legendary tome. Alright, what do we got here? Butterbur biscuits or Tookish apple cakes? We got a 3-slot and a 4-slot item. At the start of the rally phase, you may deplete this item for a hero in your space to become determined. Discard up to 2 wounds or fear. At the start of the rally phase, you may deplete this item for heroes in your space to collectively discard up to 2 fear and 2... Oh, both are good. So the Tookish apple cakes basically allows us to split the healing. Whereas the Butterbur biscuits allow one hero to heal 2, but also become determined. So determined is the boon, if you all forgot, or you're just like, you've never played and you're just watching me, is a boon where we can essentially re-roll a card draw. So when we test and we draw that set of cards, we can discard this one to draw a whole new set of cards, right? Oh, any number of them. It's actually even better. I really like Determined because it mitigates some of the random element of that card draw. I'm very, very tempted by the Butterbur biscuits. I do like the fact that the Turkish apple cakes have more depletion tokens, so they can be used more often, and it can be optimized between the two. So maybe if both characters have a really bad fear card, we could get rid of both of them at the start of a turn, and that could be really clutch. What do you think, chat? Butterbur biscuits or Turkish apple cakes? I'm kind of leaning towards the Butterbur biscuits. I really think I'm probably going to take them unless someone in chat feels very strongly about this. Ralph, you can paint those minis. Do you want to paint mine? I'll send you some minis to paint. Yeah, chat agrees with me. Biscuits! Besides, we're British. We need to have biscuits. It's part of our culture. Alright, get out of here, Turkish apple cakes. The two aren't often in the same space. That's true, Heggers. That's a reasonable point. They'd have to be in the same space at the start of the turn. But then who's going to take the Butterbur biscuits? Oh, who's better... Is there... well, actually, that's irrelevant, I think. Yeah, who's going to take the Butterbur biscuits then? I don't know. Who's better off kind of re-rolling some stuff? I feel like it's probably Balin, actually, because Gandalf gets 4 cards on his attacks, because he attacks with Wisdom. Whereas because Balin attacks with Might, he only gets 3 cards. So, I mean, potentially that means Gandalf could get more out of Determined, because... they'll have more cards to discard and redraw. But Balin... I mean, he had a couple of really whiffed attacks there where he just whiffed the whole thing. Ralph says painting the monsters in this game is a bit of a waste because they're only around for 5 seconds. Yeah, you're not wrong. I think we let the dwarf keep the biscuits. Do we have any upgrades to do? Yes, we can get a 7 card. Alright, well, let's get rid of Wiles or Boasting, because those were not great. Wait, which one was Wiles again? Boasting we actually used, at least. Yeah, Wiles was the one that lets us hide and also gives us Scout for shadow skills, but not into it. So, what is this? Delver? So if we get rid of Wiles, we can have Forging Ahead, No Stone Unturned, Spirit of Adventure. Yeah, these are all cards with a single thing on, a single inspiration symbol on. So I like Forging Ahead, actually. It kind of syncs up with what we we're just saying about them not being next to each other. At the start of your turn, if there are no nearby heroes, gain an inspiration and sprint 2. So I think I'll put Forging Ahead in. I like Crushing Blow as well, so we'll keep that. Actually, though, could I get rid of both and take Glory? No, that only gives me 10. I could get rid of all of them and take Glory. What is Glory? I mean, we like Glory because it's got a success on it. After you suffer wounds or fear, gain 1 inspiration and scout 1. And that's just constant when this is prepared. Strike 2, guard 1. I think I need to take Glory, actually. Screw it. Let's take Glory. We'll get rid of all of the other ones except for Treasures Untold. Because I don't think, like, Crushing Blow... Crushing Blow is good, but I think Glory is better. And I also feel the same about Boasting. It was fine, but I think Glory is the way to go. Just get all the success cards in there. More successes is better. Alright. So I should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Yeah, that's it. All the Delver cards except for the successes out of the deck. Getting ready for the next one. Alright, Gandalf, what's going on with you, buddy? Alright, we got 6 points here. So if we drop Fast Talking, we get up to 9. So we can have Ancient Legend or Interfering. Fast Talking was actually not bad, though. But I don't really fancy Gossip. I deliberately didn't take... I mean, So the good thing about Gossip is it's got Rest 2 on it, but the thing we got to remember about Rest is it only lets you discard face down fear or wounds. I think, if I remember correctly, it can let you turn stuff face down, but that might be just wishful thinking, so I'm going to check it. I think it might actually just be discard face down stuff. Actually, I'm sure it is now that I think about it. So it's probably really not all that useful. Rest X, discard face down, damage or fear. Yep. Yep. So, not all that clutch. And it also says when you test Wisdom, you can discard this to gain a boon, which is actually pretty good. You or a nearby hero test Wisdom, discard this to gain a boon. Or we can get Ancient Legend or Interfering. So let's have a quick look and see what they do. I'm sure I've looked at these before. So Ancient Legend says, during your turn, you may discard this skill to swap your deck and your discard pile, and then shuffle your deck. See, I don't know. I haven't found a good way to use that yet. Interfering says, I mean, I guess if you had Ancient Legend and you were very clever, if you had a lot of cards that gave you Scout, and you were very clever about putting all your bad cards on the bottom of your deck, you could then just swap. Once you'd burned through the discard pile, or once you'd burned through the top part of the deck with all the good cards, you could then swap the discard pile and the deck, which is now only the bad cards you put on the bottom. But you need so much Scout for that. I mean, you'd need or you just need one really good Scout, like Scout 7 or 8, right? I've also got Interfering. When a but I don't have any of that, so. When a nearby hero interacts and would test, you may discard this skill to perform the test instead, and sprint 1. I don't know, man. I used fast talking a lot in that last one. Like a lot. Do you know what I didn't use a lot? Quick temper. Like, I could get rid of quick temper and both of these to take 2 of these ones, right? The thing about these 12 cost cards is that they all have... Actually, I did use quick temper once, maybe, to take out that orc guy. I can't remember. These all have successes on, so getting 2 of these in is kind of really appealing. During your turn, you may discard this skill to scout 4 and prepare 3 additional cards. That's great. When you test, you may add 1 success for each knowledge skill you have prepared. If you do discard this skill, add guard 2 as well. Flattery. At the start of the rally phase, you may discard this skill for you and each nearby hero to prepare up to 1 skill with influence from the discard pile. I mean, I really like all of these, so I think I might do that, actually. I think I'd rather take the ones with successes on than take more of the ones with success or inspiration. I mean, don't get me wrong, Glory is great. Oh no, Glory's balance card. The Quick Temper's great, but these other ones are all really good. So let's have a look here. What have we got? So we've got Quick Temper coming out. That was the only one we had, actually. In Gandalf's deck, I feel like it worked a lot better with fewer of the cards that don't have successes on. So I like Hidden Plans a lot, because that can really help you get his deck sort of up and running really quickly. And I really like Strong Opinion, because it's got guard on it. I mean, Flattery is great too, but I just like these ones better. So Flattery goes back, Quick Temper goes back. We've got Hidden Plans and... Oh no, wait, wait a minute. Which ones did I take there? Hidden Plans and Strong Opinion. Strong Opinion is the 16 cost. I can't have it. What's Contemplation then? I didn't even see that. Oh, there it is. It doesn't have a success on it, that's why. It says you may have up to 6, so you can prepare this. Then you can have an additional prepared card and it has 2 rest on it. So I guess we'll take Flattery. I mean, I did also say that I quite liked Flattery, so let's take Flattery. Hidden Plans and Flattery. Strong Opinion's good, but if I had a choice, Quick Temper I think is better. I'd rather have Quick Temper, but I can't afford those. I want both success cards. So, there we go. Flattery and hidden plans. Boom. And then we're all ready to embark on the next adventure, which I think will have to be in the next stream. What's this chat going on? Those rules look dense. Wall of text. I mean, Kuja, this is Fantasy Flight's old sort of style. Of what they do is they do a learn to play book, which is like this, and it's really sort of like not too bad. It's a lot of pictures and pretty easy to follow. And then they just put a lot of the sort of like the keywords in here. So this is like a big old rules reference with a lot of, it's just an index really of all of their things done alphabetically. I generally don't mind this approach, but I do find that they leave a little too much up to the rules reference, in the sense that I sometimes find that even though I follow the learn to play really closely, there are a couple of like really important things I'm missing, you know? I would like to have a complete rule book in addition to the learn to play and the rules reference, because that would give me the most options. But I appreciate printing more documents costs more money. But, you know, the thing is, it feels a bit like for those that want to sort of learn everything up front, or just make sure that the first experience is completionist. And that's really mostly important for someone like me who might be doing video content where, you know, you really want to be accurate. Like if you're playing at home, I'm sure the learn to play is kind of fine. But yeah, you will be winding up. Or at least what I'd like is for the learn to play to call out more effectively when it wants you to go to the rules reference to learn the rules instead. You know, because there will be moments where it'll just refer to something and then you'll be like, oh, I guess I need to look that up in the other book because it's just not here, you know? Oh, like the zombie game, Dawn of the Zeds? Yeah, I guess so. I haven't actually played Dawn of the Zeds, so I don't know. Yeah, Ralph, I mean, I haven't actually had an issue yet where I've had to go back and look at the learn to play. But if there's stuff that's in the learn to play that's not in the rules reference, that's really bad. The rules reference needs to be comprehensive. I suppose actually if something like the basic turn structure is missing from the rules reference, that's really bad. I mean, it does have a round structure here on the back actually, and sort of basic actions, and so it's got most of the stuff here on the back, I think. I suppose this, to an extent, this game does rely as well on the app curating your play, you know, so there's an element of the app keeping you right as well. Kujo says there's like 5 rulebooks in Dawn of the Zeds, but it's clever the way it's laid out. Oh, that's good. I mean, 5 rulebooks, wow. That's a lot of rulebooks. But yeah, I think that went fairly well, Eddie. I think that was surprisingly successful. Ralph's still painting. Ralph, you're starting on the Balrog today, painting the Balrog, but you said that they're barely ever on the board, so what's the point? I mean, to be fair, the Balrog sticks around that scenario for a while, but also he's only in the one. I mean, these gobbos, these ones here, these guys won't stop showing up. I haven't got the camera on this one. Hang on. These guys don't stop showing up in my games. You should paint these ones. They're everywhere all the time. Can't get rid of them. Too many of them. What is the latest game that arrived for practice? Well, I'll tell you what, actually. Surprising end of stream reveal. I'll tell you what I managed to acquire on the secondary market, because this kept coming up in chat during live streams. And I don't know if it was just someone out there, because I was obviously doing the live streams. I wasn't able to catch the name, but people kept asking about Alter Quest. So I've actually managed to acquire a copy of Alter Quest secondhand at a really good price. So I guess we might be doing Alter Quest at some point. That could be fun. I still really want to do Sleeping Gods as well, but I'd like to finish off some of these other campaign games. So if we can get to the end of Shadowed Paths and potentially Untold Stories of Nemesis as well, there's quite a lot of stuff that could fit into that that campaign game niche here on the channel. But I also said I've got a copy of Red Rising I'd like to check out. I'm still trying to learn U-Boat. What else showed? Did anything else show up? I feel like there was something else that showed up at the back of my mind. Board and Dice sent me a review copy of Children of Wormwoods, which is an escape room adventure game or something that they made, sort of like an adventure game with an app. So, yeah, Haggis is like, finish a campaign game, lol. Yeah, exactly. That's what it feels like sometimes. But I mean, you know, I'm not gonna optimistically state that we're gonna get to the end of Aetherfields anytime soon. You know, so you know, I mean, I think we've made pretty good progress on Aetherfields, but you know, that's gonna be at least a year before it's done, and by the time it's finished, Wave 2 will be here. If, you know, we can even get it done before Wave 2 shows up. You know. Yeah, so that's, PAX Renaissance showed up, but, oh my god, the rulebook for that was the second edition of PAX Renaissance. That's crazy thick. Opened that up and I was very intimidated. Eddie says, Solomon Kane showing up soon, and Conan Tower of the Elephant. Is that the Monolith Conan game? It is Monolith, isn't it, that did that one? The original Conan one? Is that like an extension to that, or is Conan Tower of the Elephant something else, Eddie? Ralph says, I'm looking at Kanban Solo today to see if I can find the time. Is that the new deluxe edition of Kanban? It looks very pretty. Pujo says, I haven't tried Aetherfields yet. Just reading through the rules. Box is still sitting there taunting me. Yep. I mean, I was very fortunate with Aetherfields in the sense that I'd done the prototype series, so I could kind of get that to the table really reasonably quickly, because I imagine... I mean, I've heard a lot of people say that they've found it quite difficult to sort of get their head around the rules, and one of the things about Aetherfields as well is it rolls out a lot of rules after you start. I would say, Kujo, I think, you know, if you understand the basic mechanic of, like, drawing cards at the start of the turn and then playing the cards for the symbols on them, like, what do they call it? Insight, or whatever they call it, I don't know. The 3 colored symbols. If you understand how that mechanism works, you're probably not far off being ready to start the first dream, because it's basically an introductory scenario anyway, to sort of roll out the rest of the rules and guide you through it. I actually think probably maybe not the fastest, but the sort of the simplest way to learn the game might be just to play through the introductory scenario with the rulebook on hand and referencing it from time to time. And it'd probably take about 3 or 4 hours to just walk yourself through that first dream, but it's really intended for that purpose, I think. Once you're through that, you know, you pretty much understand the fundamentals, and then you can learn the rest of the rules as they're rolled out over the course of the game. Eddie says, it's a different Conan game from a different company. Yeah, Haggers, I was just thinking, like, it seems really late, but it's because our clocks went forward. Yeah, I just saw an hour disappear as well. God damn it. Ralph says, I just saved Sleeping Gods yesterday. I'm about halfway through the first campaign. Is there multiple campaigns in Sleeping Gods? Are there really? I thought there was just the one. I don't even know what I've got. I got everything from the Kickstarter, though. Generally speaking, I do that with Red Raven, because I like the games. Generally speaking, I like the games. I mean, more or less. I don't know. I haven't actually kept that many of them. I have possessed most of them and all that, but I sold a lot of them on. But I've been hearing really good things about Sleeping Gods, so I'm really excited for that. You can play multiple times to find different endings. What? How long is a playthrough then? Like, is it sort of anticipated that you'd play multiple times? And also, yeah, where did the time go? I was hoping to get some sleep. Damn it. Cujo says about ether fields, I think the rulebook makes it seem harder to learn than it should be, especially when it says some of the rules aren't explained. Yeah, I think it can be quite intimidating, you know, and I don't think it really... I don't know, I don't remember actually if it says anywhere in the rulebook explicitly, but if it doesn't, it should say a lot more clearly. It should say, here are the... it should really have two sections. So the first section should be, here is what you need to understand to play the tutorial dream. So learn all of this, and then start playing the game. Here's all the rest of the stuff that you might need to understand going forward, you know? Like, I feel like even in the setup of the game, right at the start, it's like, here's how to set up your first game, and here's how to set up a game that you've saved after you've saved it, you know? But then it doesn't tell you some of the rules for, like, saving and loading a game, and it's just a bit... I mean, to be fair, Awakened Realms is not great at their rulebooks anyway, typically. Although I understand that they might be getting Paul Grogan to help with the ISS Vanguard one, so for those of you who backed it, that's a positive thing. Ralph says, we don't need daylight savings times here close to the equator. Sunlight 7 to 7 for the whole year. He just says, I was surprised because the Tainted Grail book was great. Was the Tainted Grail rulebook great? I don't actually remember. To be fair, when I'm thinking about their rulebooks, I tend to think of Nemesis. Which is, I guess, okay. It's not great. Eddie can't wait for ISS Vanguard. Eddie, I didn't back it. I'm not going to get it. I don't know. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with ISS Vanguard. I don't think Awakened Realms are talking to me anymore. So, I don't know what's going to happen. We'll see. Yeah, the Tainted Grail rulebook. It's just... Yeah, I mean, Ralph says the Nemesis rulebook gets better after you've played the game a few times. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, but, you know, that's not kind of missing the point of the rulebook, isn't it? Like, I'd rather, you know, read the rulebook, understand how to play the game through, referencing the rulebook a few times to clarify the things I need to clarify, and then never have to look at the rulebook again. You know, obviously, if I need a refresher on the game, that's one thing, but, you know, I don't generally like it if I'm playing a game and I'm just constantly having to reference the rulebook to make sure everything's correct or what's going on. Yeah. Kuja says it was clearly laid out and had a great intro walkthrough. Well, that's good. But I don't remember that. I mean, Michael and I must... Oh, yes, we did do it. We did it on the channel, actually. I think Michael and I literally played it on the channel. I think that was like the first 2 or 3 episodes of our Tainted Grail series, actually. I'm gonna have to rewatch those if we ever get together and pick it up again, which I'd really like to do. I'd really like to pick Tainted Grail back up because I was really enjoying what we'd sort of done so far. And then I got all the Wave 2 stuff through, you know, about a month ago or whatever, and I've sorted through all of that. So, I mean, don't get me wrong, Eddie. If Awakened Realms sent me a copy of ISS Vanguard, I would 100% play it on the show. I definitely would. I'd be excited to play it on the show, but I'm just not sure if I'm excited enough for it to spend more money on another Awakened Realms campaign product when I've already got all of Tainted Grail that I've barely touched and all of Etherfields that I've barely touched. You know, I mean, even though I've played so much Etherfields, it's still 2 more campaigns coming. I've got 3 Tainted Grail campaigns, 2 of which are untouched, 1 of which is barely started. You know, Michael and I are on like chapter 3 or 4 of 15, so... did you not like the prototype then? Well, could you? We did a series on the TTS mod. But no, I felt kind of like... it looked like the theme didn't grab you. Eddie, I love the theme. I'm a massive Mass Effect fan. It's not the theme that didn't grab me at all. It was the mechanisms. it just felt kind of really bloated again, you know? Um, and it felt like I mean, in theory, I like a lot of that. And, I did a 90-minute final thought on this, so I'm not going to be able to summarize my complex feelings live on stream, but, now, um, after the fact. But I don't think it wasn't that the theme didn't grab me. I think it was that the gameplay wasn't, the mechanisms, it didn't do anything to bring the theme to life for me. Like, the epic, like, in theory, I like the spaceship book. I like the idea of going through the different sections of the spaceship and sort of doing like bits of administration and doing sort of like mini games that inform your away team and all that kind of stuff. But it felt kind of a lot like sort of a burden of administration, rather than it felt like a lot of busy work. A lot of stuff that could have been sort of really condensed down to make it, less about moving cards around wallets and more getting to the nitty gritty of, or getting straight to the sort of the fun parts of what should be going on. It's kind of like the same. Well, no, I don't know. It's not the same really, but I was thinking about a comparison with the deck building in Etherfields, but I'm not really sure if I'd do that. Actually make that comparison. But, again, like, it just felt like all of that work we did on the spaceship book, in the spaceship section, ultimately, I mean, it felt a little bizarre having to go through the order of the spaceship book in the same order every time, because it felt like on our ship we should be able to choose which section we want to go to, right? Like, now I want to go over here to manufacturing and make these items, or now I want to go over here to the star map and plot a course to the next system. But you can't do that. You've got to, because the book, the order of the book essentially forms the order of the phases. You've got to go through it in the same order every time, and you go through it once, and then you're done, right? And, obviously it's been designed around that concept, so when you do get to go to manufacturing, essentially the idea is you accomplish as much manufacturing as you would while you're doing your next bit of starfaring course. And I think they even explain in the narrative sort of how you need to stop at planets regularly to sort of make up the space travel in some way. And the way they've talked about the theme and the research they've done with sort of space and space travel and things like that, it sounds really appealing and it sounds really exciting, and I like all the effort they're making to bring that lore to life and that story to life. And but I just feel like, the game mechanisms need to inform that rather than, encumber it. If it's a storytelling game, then with a lot of written narrative, because essentially there's two ways to tell stories, like in games, right? There is either lots and lots of rote narrative, like Legacy of Dragonholt's a great example of that, but also Tainted Grail, which has a huge amount of text and a storybook and all that. And then there's, the opposite, right, which is very, very little rote narrative. Something like Gloomhaven, where you've got like a very simple event card and then a small amount of text around each scenario. You've got a small setup, maybe one or two events that trigger during the scenario, and then a tiny bit of conclusion, and that's it. And sort of falling into that latter category is also Kingdom Death Monster, but in a way what that does is it uses also more emergent storytelling. So it'll just sort of come up with sort of an event that happens, and the event is just like, you touch the dangerous idol and you turn to Jade, and now you're dead, or something like that, which some people hate, and that's fair enough. I mean, I don't think there's anything quite that drastic in KDM, but I've barely seen any of it, so, like in the grand scheme of how much KDM there is, maybe there is something that bad, or, maybe you do a test, right? Do you overcome the curse of the Jade statue, and yes or no, you turn into stone. But the point is that it's very, very simple, and then you almost kind of fill in the blanks around it. In a way, it's like also when you think about the FromSoft games and how they roll out their world, don't give you a lot of the background history. They just kind of present the world, and it's all a bit baffling, and you have to fill in the blanks, you know. And I don't have any kind of problem with that kind of storytelling, and in a way, it can be more enticing than the very, very rote stuff. But I think there's room for both. But I think it's really, really important to consider how the mechanisms of the game fit in with that stuff, you know? Like, would the flow of Gloomhaven and the puzzle solving of Gloomhaven benefit more from a storybook or not, you know? And if we do have a storybook, you know, like, because Gloomhaven, you don't have stats, right? You don't have any stats. So if there was a storybook, would it interact with the game mechanisms? And if it did, how would you resolve it, you know? Because it's not like it can call upon you to test strength or perform a strength test, because you don't have that stat. It's not how the mechanisms in Gloomhaven work. And, you know, I think, I think that's one of the things about Tainted Grail is you don't really get, you know, having played several chapters from what I recall of the game, I don't recall the storybook necessarily calling on you to make a lot of tests either. I'm pretty sure it either just calls upon you to make decisions or spend resources, right? Or action points maybe, or give up health or stuff like that. You know, it doesn't ever, because you've got your combat deck and your diplomacy deck, but I don't think you ever actually employ those during the storybook. You do have stats though on your board that you build out. It might ask you to use those. I think it's probably just binary. Like, do you have 2 strength? Then you can do this. If you don't, then you can't. You know. But I think those interactions are really, really important. You know, to making the game interesting and the storytelling enjoyable. You know. And I think there are very, very clever ways to do it, but you just have to be really clever about it. You know. But in a way, I think for board games particularly, where mechanisms are so prevalent and strong, I think I lean into the emergent storytelling, the less rote stuff, you know? Or, you know, like, use the writing as a treat. Like, you know, roll out a big piece of text or a big piece of exposition once in a while rather than all the time. But then it's got to have robust enough mechanisms to stand on its own, you know? And that's why people love Gloomhaven. However you feel about solving the puzzles in Gloomhaven, you know, that the gameplay loop of the scenarios is extremely compelling. Unless you hate it, which is fine. But that's subjective, right? Objectively, it's a very compelling puzzle. And I can say objectively because, you know, it's so popular and people repeated it over and over again for 60 plus hours. You know, and I would quite happily do that too if I had the time. You know, I'm loving Jaws of the Lion, and it's missing mechanisms that Gloomhaven OG has to an extent that make it even more compelling. So, yeah, Eddie, I've heard that they're doing changes to the ISS Vanguard shipbook and things like that. I really hope it comes together. The thing is, you know, those projects by Awakened Realms, the 3 great campaign games, are so ambitious. They have so much to them, you know? And, like, there's stuff like, I feel like in Tainted Grail, when I played the prototype of that, a lot of what we saw in that prototype was present in the final product. You know, there wasn't anything in there. And I'm only on chapter 3 or 4, so, you know, it's hard to say if there's going to be a massive rollout of mechanisms that I haven't seen yet. But so far, what I've seen in the final product, but also, like, the thing is as well, like, the final product the prototype we got for Tainted Grail very much mimicked the first sort of 2-3 hours of the actual campaign. Right, so it was like when Michael and I started the actual game, we literally played through what we played through in the prototype. The thing about Etherfields is that the prototype we got was a chunk of gameplay from somewhere else. So I've not seen any of the stuff we saw in the Etherfields prototype in Etherfields yet. You know, and I don't think I will, because I'm pretty sure it's from a Wave 2 campaign, because it's about the Wolf Mother or whatever her name is, and she's not the main entity the core set campaign, I think. But also, what we didn't see in Etherfield's prototype at all was any of the overworld stuff. We basically just played the prototype was basically just a dream sequence, and another dream that was the train dream, right? That you take when you travel on the train. I don't know how much of that is still in the game or whether it's changed because I haven't actually done the train in Etherfields yet, the final product. But I guess what I'm getting at is that, you know, if the slumber deck had been in the prototype, I probably would have had some not very complimentary things to say about it because I don't think it adds a lot to the game. And I think it just kind of slows it down and gets in the way of the interesting parts, you know? And I think there's an element of it enables you to do sort of interesting things with your deck or with your... I mean, in theory, I really like it. I like the idea of having a deck of cards that puts you on sort of mini encounters where you might encounter a shopkeep, or you might encounter some villains that you have to deal with, or you might encounter, you know, some other event, you know. There's cards in the Slumber deck that I don't know what they do. They just say when these conditions are met, this triggers something. But I've never met the conditions because of the manner in which I'm playing the campaign. It's entirely possible I'll never see those conditions, which, you know, is kind of simultaneously a bummer because I do want to see the content. I do want to know what the surprise is. I am enticed. But on the other side of that coin is the fact that I find the Slumber deck overall too much, too long, and it just kind of gets in the way of this overworld, which I think the overworld in Etherfields to be largely sort of poorly executed because I don't get a sense of adventure. I don't get a sense of wandering around these distinct districts where distinct things are happening. Because the Slumber deck is the same, no matter which overworld card I'm on, there's no sense of distinction, right? It's not like in Gloom of Kilforth, where, you know, you're wandering around that map, and then based on which section you go into, you draw a card from a deck that's associated with that particular land type, you know. And a lot of games use that kind of mechanism as well. There's a sort of a little adventure game called Pauper's Ladder that uses a similar thing. And so, you know, I would like to see, rather than maybe a Slumber deck, I'd like to see sort of the locations on the overworld map be more specific to deck types, like this deck, you know, this area of the Echo area, you know, or this area of the Suburbia area, you know, is dangerous. Draw a threat card from the Suburbia threat deck. You know, and here's another one, draw an event card from the Suburbia event deck. You know, and if you wander over into Pandemonia, there's another kind of deck there that could be much bigger threats, you know, and maybe, but, you know, again, that still doesn't deal with the main problem I have with the overall map, which is that, you know, these slumbers can take, you know, 15, 20, 30, 45 minutes to resolve, you know, one slumber card, or they take no time at all, you know. And that's the flip side of the enticing surprise cards I was talking about earlier, where when I get the ones that I do just discard because I haven't triggered them, I'm simultaneously, it's a weird mix of emotions. I'm disappointed I don't get to trigger the card and discover the surprise, but I'm also relieved that I don't have to resolve something that would take a lot longer, which I've already resolved several times, you know. I'd like to see, maybe a mechanism, you know, I understand the game actually has a function at some point that you can unlock through a dream where you can mitigate a lot of the cards in this deck anyway. But, you know, it just kind of, you know, I think it just kind of gets in the way of a lot of it. And I'm pretty sure there's a version of the game in the rulebook where it says, don't worry about the Slumber deck, just skip over it or something. But that's a pet peeve of mine as well. I generally don't like it when a rulebook has got sort of either lots of variants or major variants, you know, because I feel a bit like I'm being told, like, you know, there are all these ways to play it. I mean, don't get me wrong, it depends on how it's 100% subjective. It depends entirely on how the variants are rolled out to me, you know. If a game is like, hey, for your first play it this way. As you get more experienced or learn the game, then start doing this, then start doing that, you know? And that's like two or three variants. That's 3 variants right there. But I like that because it's like do this, do this, do this. I've been given clear instructions on why it's being rolled out this way and when to escalate. What I don't like is when it's like, you could do this way, or you could do it this way. Do whatever seems more fun to you. You know, that, I hate that. Because I'm like, well, no, you tell me the most fun way to play. Or at least give me more than that. Tell me, you know, do this if you want less strategy and more luck. Or do this if you know the cards really well and you're playing against someone who doesn't and you want to mitigate this skill discrepancy. You know, tell me why I might employ these variations and what I could hope to get out of them. Don't just tell me, you know, there's some variations and you can do whatever you like best, you know? Yeah, Eddie's saying, yeah, a lot of the folks aren't fans of the Slumber deck. They like the idea, but not the execution. Yeah, and I agree. And that's sort of like I was looking at the ISS Vanguard campaign. There's a whole chunk of stuff about building buildings on planets, which of course is not something at all that you experience in the prototype I played. And so again, I'm kind of like looking at this whole building buildings thing and colonizing planets, and I'm like, there's a huge chunk of content there and mechanisms that they're going to spend time developing and employing. And, you know, I'd much rather they worked on the issues I had with the dice part, because that's what you're doing over and over again. And the core of ISS Vanguard is that planetary exploration. It's the putting the soldiers down, or putting the planetary team down, exploring the planet. And if that's not super compelling and fun, you know, everything else is just informing that process, really. You know, I'd be very surprised to meet a player who's like, I love the ISS Vanguard ship book, I just wish I didn't have to do all this planetary exploration, you know. And that was the problem, is they hadn't, it almost felt like what they tried to do was mimic the deck of hero cards from Gloomhaven, but with the dice, with a set of dice instead, and a dice pool instead, and the way you kind of spend dice to restore dice and stuff. It felt a lot like they'd sort of copied the sort of the resting burn card mechanic, sort of stamina element of Gloomhaven, but instead of having a deck of cards that you eventually exhaust and become exhausted, it was a pool of dice that you eventually exhaust and become exhausted. But then there was so many ways to, it didn't feel tight. There were so many ways to restore dice or mitigate the use of dice, like through the rations and finding rations and things like that. And so much of the planetary exploration was wrapped up in the event cards and the story cards. There wasn't a story book per se. Oh no, there was a whole event log as well. Like, so much of it was wrapped up in the event log too, which is a storybook, right? With chapters, just like in Aetherfields and just like in Tainted Grail. And so it just kind of felt like, you know, the whole thing felt a bit like I wasn't really sure what to be focusing on. And we sort of got to this point with it where we were really focused on the event log, and we were really excited to read the next chapter of the event log and sort of uncover the secrets of the planet and the story of the planet. And we really weren't interested at all in the dice mechanisms or the dice game, because, you know, it wasn't super compelling, and there was a number of frustrations where but it never felt tight. You know, it never felt like in Gloomhaven where you're looking through your cards and you're like, which card am I going to play? You know, and as the selection gets tighter and tighter, you're like, am I going to rest now and reopen my options? And this is something I love in games, you know, and Gloomhaven does it very well, but lots of games do this, you know, where you have sort of like in Concordia does it as well, right? Which is a completely left field example, but the point is, you know, in Concordia you have your hand of cards, and you can essentially like skip a go to pick them all back up, you know, and you do that in Gloomhaven as well. You rest, skip a go to pick your cards back up, and part of Gloomhaven, especially because the stamina of the deck is so tight, you know, you're burning a card, losing it permanently for that adventure every time you pick all the cards back up. And in Concordia, it's an opportunity cost, right? You don't have to pay anything to pick up your cards other than you're missing the opportunity to do something else, right? But you know that in the future you've opened up all these options. And it felt like they were trying to do the same thing with the dice pool in ISS Vanguard, you know, give something up, get all your dice back, have all your options back. But then there were two problems with it. One, it just never manifested. It never felt like a tight decision. And it might just be because it was difficult to get your head around all the iconography on the dice. They do print it out on the board in front of you. But then there were also occasions, like a lot of occasions, where the more dice you rolled, like it felt like there was this fundamental principle where, which I like in theory. Again, I love this in theory. The idea that you've got to do all these dice tests to overcome the obstacles on the planet, which means rolling more dice to guarantee success, right? Like, obviously, you're never guaranteeing success with dice, but the more dice you roll, the higher your likelihood. As someone who likes Dice Throne and dice games, I love that idea. But then there were all these tests all the time where actually one failure deleted the whole test, like just rendered the whole test null and void. So, in that instance, rolling more dice was just bad. And all of those tests, really the only choice you were making was which die do I roll, which never really felt like a super important decision, or it always felt like there was kind of an obvious answer. And I really hope they get rid of that. I think that they will. I really think that they'll get rid of that in the final product. They also have a function where you just have to sort of sit on a point and do the same test over and over again to collect a certain number of cubes on that point based on the number of players. And then once you've collected enough cubes, it triggers advancement of the story. And, it would represent something thematic like climbing a mountain or searching for parts or defeating enemies or overcoming obstacles, and each time you do that, you get a little cube. But it wasn't the most compelling thing. And maybe if the sort of the idea of the dice's stamina played up a bit more obviously, then, or sorry, if the stamina involved with the dice felt more difficult, like if managing that stamina felt tighter, if it felt really, really tight, like if the decision to lose a die or overcommit a die to a roll, overcommit dice to a roll to ensure success, if that felt really excruciating every time, which is, what you want it to feel, I think. You want that to feel like a really important decision so that when you're making these decisions, it feels really impactful. If that felt more important, then maybe this test of repeating the sort of the thing over and over again to get the cubes, that might have felt more enjoyable or more tense or more exciting, but it didn't, And by the time we played through the prototype, I had so many dice by the final sort of planetary exploration. Like, I wasn't even really worried about the dice at all. It felt like I had so many and so many ways to get them back and so many sort of rations that we brought back to the planet. I think we wound up fighting the boss on the final planet just, sort of because we'd felt like we'd sort of achieved enough rations and support to do that, But I do believe that they are capable of finely tuning these mechanisms and making them really, really enjoyable and tense and exciting, and turning that planetary exploration into this really sort of exciting puzzle experience with these fun story elements. My concern is that they'll get too focused on developing all these other mechanisms that they've promised, and they won't get round to the fine-tuning of that mechanism, that core mechanism. It won't feel as good as it needs to be repeated over and over again to sustain a campaign of it. That's my concern. I hope I'm wrong. I truly hope I'm wrong. But I just feel a bit like there's evidence of bloat and tainted grail. There's a lot of evidence of bloat in ether fields, and I'm just not sure if they're gonna pull it off for ISS Vanguard. I hope they will. I hope they do. But it's there just comes a point where I just can't keep justifying investing in these campaign games until I get through some of the others. But I would much rather have in all three cases, I'd much rather have a slightly shorter game, with a much tighter, more enjoyable experience. I think if the act of playing through it is held up by the mechanisms and the gameplay in addition to the story, then if you really like it, you'll play through it again. if it's only about uncovering the story and not about resolving the mechanisms of the game, then once you're done, you're done. You're not going to want to do it again, right? But rather than having 3 campaigns, to discover because you only want to do them once because the mechanisms aren't all that intriguing, I'd much rather have one shorter campaign with just really tight, solid mechanisms, and a compelling enough story, and then, if I really liked it, I'll repeat it. Bloat is an issue with all Kickstarter games. You're 100% on the money there, Eddie. But I think that, in particular with these sort of really long campaign games, I think it's partially because there's not sort of because when you receive all the money up front, you don't really have an incentive to. I mean, obviously you have an incentive in the sense that you want to keep your reputation and all that kind of stuff, but I think that there's a lot of the risk is mitigated. The risk of producing these things is mitigated. Obviously, you have to deliver on the promises you've made, and to that extent, I think Awakened Realms have acted pretty flawlessly. I don't think they've ever failed really to deliver on their promises. They even pulled it off with the Edge Dawnfall. They pulled it off with the Edge Dawnfall, which was their first sort of major Kickstarter campaign, and they promised the world. And I think it was very painful for them to deliver it all because I think it's their first one. It was a huge commitment, and it probably wasn't as successful as their current campaigns. But they did it. They managed to pull it off and get everything delivered to backers and all of that. So their track record in this regard is pretty much flawless. But again, there comes a point where you got to ask yourself if a company is so good at delivering these products and doing it over and over again. We have to, our expectations increase. We want to see improvement every time. I don't want to just see more of the same kind of quality. What I want to see is better quality every time, and I don't feel like Aetherfields is necessarily a massive improvement upon Tainted Grail. I mean, obviously they're mechanically distinct, they're thematically distinct, but at the same time, like this sort of lack of sort of really tight mechanisms and bloated mechanisms is extremely prevalent in both, and if they can cut back on that bloat, I mean, and I think it's an assumption that we make that one is a result of the other, that because there's so much content, the content that is present is not well refined, right? We make that assumption that they're correlated. But I don't think it's an unreasonable assumption to imagine that you've only got so many hours in the day and so much time for development. And I'd rather you spent more time refining, the real core mechanisms, the ones that we're going to be repeating over and over to sustain the campaign, than, generating an additional 2 or 3 or 4 hours of content, I mean, that might just be my opinion. And it's my opinion. It's a subjective viewpoint. But, for me personally, I'd rather have less high quality content than more lower quality content, and I think a lot of people would agree with that, especially when the amount of content you're receiving is so high. Like there's so much content for these games, and there don't get me wrong, there are people who were on my second or third Aetherfields stream and they're like, yeah, I've basically done it already, like I finished Aetherfields already, just I don't know who these people are who got through these campaigns so quickly. I'm super impressed, like it's amazing. I really wish that could be me, but I think for people like that, I think it comes back to this point where if the mechanisms are super tight, then you would be, I think, reasonably happy to take 6 months off or whatever and come back and play it again, and have those experiences again, and maybe try a different character. There's 5 characters in Aetherfields. If you solo it, you're going to see one of those characters. You could replay it again with any of those other 4 characters and have a really different experience if they're mechanically distinct enough. Or if their mechanisms are distinct enough. But, like, who's going to play through Aetherfields twice? I don't know, I mean, in its current state. I would love to see that person, Kuju says, the slumber deck in Etherfields reminds me of getting attacked by random mobs in Final Fantasy VII while just trying to get from A to B. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that to an extent. I'm sure I didn't hate it in Final Fantasy VII, but it definitely got to the point where, like, is there a flee option in that? I feel like a lot of games with random encounters do have flee options where you can just run away, you know, um, which you can't do with the Slumber deck in Etherfields. You have to resolve the cards. Well, actually, it's not true. You 100% can skip the cards, but there's really severe penalties, and if you skip them over and over again, you have to resolve, 3 or 4 Slumber cards just to get one key, right? You need at least 2 keys to get into the dream. So if you skip 8 slumber cards, you're going to rack up a lot of penalties pretty quickly, and that might make your life pretty miserable, especially if you are, um, especially if you're playing not like me, saving all the time, going to sleep, resolving all of my bad juju every time I sort of save the game. But if you're playing a lot of the dreams back to back, that could really make your life miserable. And Kate Burtz just dropped in to say, hey, never managed to be awake to catch your stream. Love your channel. Thanks very much for the kind words, Kate. I really appreciate that. I've just finished playing the game, actually, so I decided to go on a 20 to 30 minute rant about campaign games and Kickstarters and stuff. But I don't know, I was having a nice little chat here with our late night crew. And I don't know, I just kind of felt like chatting for a bit, so here we are. But it's nice. It's nice to chat. And I mean, I think as well, like you can tell, especially from the stuff I've been playing during this lockdown period and streaming, I'm a big fan of sort of these kinds of adventure games and games that promise a big premise, with big story elements. Like, I love that stuff, I love all of that, and I'm a big fan. So, I long for these really good campaign games that have these kind of narrative arcs. And I'm really sort of, to an extent, like, disappointed that I haven't found a game that sort of has a really addictive mechanical gameplay that's married to really compelling storytelling. I haven't found one yet that really I really adore, but I haven't played Gloomhaven OG, and I haven't played a lot of Kingdom Death Monster, and people are telling me I need to get those played, so maybe that'll happen. I don't know, although I promised to play Gloomhaven OG with Michael. We bought it together, actually, a long time in the first Kickstarter, or the second Kickstarter maybe. But we bought it just off the back of the promise of this sort of fantasy adventure game, because he likes fantasy adventure too a lot. That's why we're playing Tainted Grail. But one thing he doesn't like is being unable to communicate, which at the time we didn't realize was a mechanism in Gloomhaven. So I don't know, he might really struggle with that, because Michael really likes to talk it out and make sure everyone's happy before anyone makes a decision, So I don't know if Gloomhaven OG's on the cards for us. We'll have to see. It's a huge time commitment, though. I mean, obviously, it's taken Chris and I, 9 episodes of Jaws of the Lion, get this far. Oh, Michael. I mean, Michael doesn't like zombies, and I think it's because he's gross. Zombies are gross. They are gross and sort of dirty, but Michael's big fear is being eaten, right? He really hates being eaten. Cade Burt says, campaign style games like Etherfields are new territory for board games. I mean, that's true. To an extent, it really is the function of Kickstarter. Like a lot of these kinds of sort of storytelling games and campaign games didn't really exist without Kickstarter, as far as I'm aware. And I could be 100% wrong about that. I mean, I suppose the closest thing, in a way, is the choose your own adventure novels, right? Obviously, there were a lot of those, and some of those had rudimentary mechanisms. I remember having choose your own adventure books back in the day where it'd have stats and a health track, and if you made certain decisions, it would be like, you got to knock this off your health track, you know, and if you ever ran out of hit points, just cut to a page at the end that would be like, and you've died. Start over from page 1 or whatever. You know, and I mean, Legends of Dragonholt is basically the same thing. Or Legacy of Dragonholt is basically the same thing. It's just an adventure book, you know. It does pretend to have stats and mechanisms, stats and hit points and all that stuff, but as well, bother. Whereas, you know, I mean, obviously Aetherfields, Tainted Grail, and Isis Vanguard all have story logs, storybook. I mean, it might as well be choose your own adventure novels. You know, go to this page, read this chapter. You know. Yeah, Eddie. I did not back Bard's Song either. It didn't really do anything for me. I couldn't find anything in the rules or in the mechanisms that jumped out at me and said, "This is the one that you have to check out." You know. Anyway, I've got Alter Quest to check out now. Although I did reach out to Blacklist Games because I did want to know whether the game would be like available to people if I did play it. And the answer is no. At least there's no current plans for bringing Alter Quest to retail, which is kind of a major bummer. So I probably will play it on the channel, but I'll do it resentfully because ultimately people will only be able to get a copy on the secondhand market. And at the moment, I don't know how much opportunity there is for that. I did find it quite difficult to get a copy at a reasonable price, but then when I did manage to find a copy at a reasonable price, I suddenly saw 3 or 4 more all available at a similar price point, which is about 150 or 160 Great British pounds, which is probably about $200, which I think is around the price of the campaign, you know. So, you know, I think most people are recouping what they spent on the campaign after several games. But I'll be interested to see if it's worth it. I suppose, in a way, it might be. The game might be terrible. It might be awful. In which case, you know, I guess I'll save a lot of people a lot of concern about having missed out. But I don't think it will be. I think it'll probably be. I think it'll probably be subjective. You know, I think it'll be one of those games where, because I played a lot of their first game. I didn't play Brook City, so I'm talking about the Sadler brothers now as designers. I didn't play a lot of Brook City, but I played a lot of Street Masters, and I really liked Street Masters. I thought it was really good, really elegant, and I liked it a lot. I liked its simplicity and how much sort of fun it was, and I liked how relatively luck-based it was, but not super luck-based. I understand that Alter Quest is similar, but a lot more fiddly, which, in theory, I don't like the sound of. I don't really like fiddliness for the sake of fiddliness, so we'll have to see. I think that'll be the subjective thing, you know. Some people like fiddliness, or they don't mind it. They have a much greater tolerance for it. But you never know. I might love it. I'm give it a complete pass. We'll see. I'm excited to play it, though. Do you sell a lot of your board games or keep them around? Kate, I would sell a lot more of my games if I didn't have ambitions to one day make shows. The thing is, I've got this enormous stack of like sort of games to sell after I've reviewed them, and I don't currently sort of have the time to produce all the kind of review content that I want to. I've long aspired to sort of make a review show to cover games that didn't make it into the sort of the series on the channel or onto the live streams, you know, because I play a lot more games than appear on the channel. Just, you know, and then I'm like, well, this wasn't good enough to play on the channel, or I don't want to spend a lot more time covering this, but I'd like to spend sort of 10, 15 minutes talking about it, but not like this, you know, not where it's like a live stream where I've spent, you know, an hour just kind of going through sort of the thoughts I have about various things. You know, I'd like to make sort of a cloak, like this kind of style, chit-chatty, telling you about games kind of style, but in a sort of a lot more sort of formal, structured, unseen part, you know, below the surface, where it's like, you know, I've really thought about the points I want to make. I've sort of filmed components of the game and the game set up, and I can sort of talk about it in what feels like a very sort of chit-chatty, colloquial way, but is actually very structured, making good points. I really want to make that show, but it's just time, because obviously this isn't my full-time job. And so I can't really, I just don't really have the time to do that and do everything else on the show and be learning these games and all that kind of stuff. Hopefully one day, fingers crossed. I'd love to do that. So I've got this huge stack of games that I want to cover in the show that doesn't exist one day, when probably all of them are going to be so old nobody will care. So the answer is yes, I'd like to sell a lot more of my games, or give them away, do support for the channel, things like that. I mean, right now, the competitions I would like to do for the channel are hamstrung a bit by the trials that are Brexit, and I'm not going to talk about that a lot because it's an absolute just awful nightmare. But I was quite happy to sort of send review copies and things that I'd been given that I didn't want to keep to patrons or subscribers on the channel. But right now, sending anything anywhere from Britain is just an absolute enormous amount of work. So it's just not something else I can really factor in at the moment. But once if I ever get those ambitions realized, then yeah, I would much rather have a sort of a highly curated selection of games than an enormous collection. I mean, don't get me wrong, it'd still be an enormous collection. I think there's value in a curated collection of a certain size, because I said this I think the other day when I was talking about we need a video tour of your collection. Yeah, I think the patrons got to see a pretty good they got to see my BGG list recently. It doesn't include expansions, so I was asking them if they wanted me to make a setup and rules video of anything, which they did. They voted on some stuff, and so I'm gonna be looking at those. But they just got a list of all of the core sets of everything I have to choose from. But like I said, I want to have at least a few games for every eventuality, and that means some really good gateway games, some really good sort of Euro games, some really good dexterity games, some really good party games, all that kind of stuff, some really good party games for, really intense hobby gamers, some really good ones for people who've never played anything before, and that's sort of how I see my collection really is, the best examples of games that cover all these different possible eventualities or situations, and then within that breadth, that scope, I would probably have, much wider ranges of the sort of the types of games I really, really love, so I got a lot of fantasy games because I really like fantasy adventure, and I think ISS Vanguard falls into that category to an extent. I've got a lot of, I would like to have a lot of these sort of space adventure games too. I really don't have enough good space adventure games. I've heard good things about the one that Jonathan was talking about. I want to say Core Space, but I feel like that's something else entirely. I think I'm mixing up like Space Saga and Core Worlds. I like Core Worlds, but that's a deck builder, not really an adventure game. But there'd always be more games in the categories that I'm particularly big fan. So I got a lot of deck builders because I like deck builders, Ooh, hot tip for those of you who stuck around. I'm pretty sure pre-orders opened recently for the reprint of El Dorado, The Quest for El Dorado. The Quest for El Dorado, the one designed by Reiner Knizia. It's a great deck builder, and I've thoroughly enjoyed my time with it. I've got both expansions as well as the original set, and I really, really like it. And I think it's the core. I think the expansions have been available for a long time, but I think the core set is the best of the three, and it's been sold out, I think, for quite a while, or a bit hard to get. But if you like deck builders, and you like games with a bit more player interaction, it really does a good job of marrying those two things in a way that other deck builders have tried to do and didn't do it as well. If you like Clank, I think you'd really like The Quest for El Dorado. And so if you see that reprint coming out, it's not like super expensive. I think it's like a £30 or $40-50 game, so it's on the cheaper end of board games these days. So if you see that, it's a good one to pick up. Of course, I don't think it has a solo mode, so maybe for your two-player, it's great two-player though. I think it actually scales really, really well. You know, with different players. I really like that one, so I think that's getting reprinted now. Or reprints have been delivered recently, so it's worth picking up. Yeah, is that it? Is that the end of the stream now? I talked enough. Ralph says, I'm waiting for a reprint of Dune Imperium. Seems like a good game. I don't know. I'd be interested in playing it. I didn't play Lost Ruins of Arnak either. I know those two are often compared. But I haven't had a chance to play either of them. I know they both have involved deck building. I didn't get a chance to play either of them, so I can't really comment. I think they combo deck building with worker placement, right? That's the idea. But, yeah. Well, I guess we'll call this an end to the stream. I might come back on Monday and do some stream on Monday. I'm thinking about it. We'll have to see if I can manage it, but I've got a bit of time off this week, so I think yeah, I think that hopefully I'll get in to do some more streaming this week, and I'll definitely be back on Wednesday, probably with Chris, probably to do more Gloomhaven, or possibly Bloodborne. I think it'll be Gloomhaven. So we're sort of back in that now for a little bit. Cade Burt says, do you have a time you normally start? Cade, absolutely not. I am appalling at keeping a regular schedule with these streams. It's partly because the technical magic that keeps these things together and running is often a sort of a miracle when it all comes together, you know. So the best... I usually try to do a stream on a Wednesday, but it can be literally any time on a Wednesday evening. So sometimes it starts early evening in the UK, and sometimes it starts 11 p.m. You know, it'll usually start later if I'm on my own. And that's partly because, you know, I have to make sure that when Chris is here, you know, it's sort of different. I have to really make sure that the schedule works out. But oftentimes when Chris isn't there on a Wednesday, usually I haven't prepared a backup plan, so then I have to work out what my plan is. But you know, the best thing to do if you want to know when the streams are going live is, you know, make sure you do the YouTube notification thing. Click on the little bell. You'll get a message from YouTube that the stream is going live. If you want a bit more notice than that, I usually give about half an hour's heads up on Twitter and on Facebook and Twitter if I can. So if you follow the Facebook page or you follow the Twitter account, which is at RSP Network. I think it's there's a bunch of random stuff I set up years ago, and people were like, "You should have social media." And it turned out I was terrible at it, and I hated it. But I you know, I do that. I used to do Instagram as well, but then I stopped with the Instagram ones. I don't know why. 3 was too many, apparently. I don't know. But also, I think I'd quite like to use the Instagram for more like actual photos I'm taking of things I'm playing from time to time. But no, absolutely. I love hanging out and chit-chatting and talking about games, and I'm so glad that everyone's here to keep me company and chat and talk with me about games as well. You know, I'm waiting for the... Yeah, Ralph, I really want to do another Kickstarter commentary this week. It's just a case of Chris and I getting together. You know, we wanted to do the monthly, but again, it's just a case of us getting together and actually sort of having the time to do the research and make sure that when we do them, we have something valuable to say, you know, and sort of insightful and useful, you know. You know, I think, again, in a perfect world, we'd like to stream some of the games as well that are live on Kickstarter and have, for example, TTS mods and things like that, you know, a bit like Jonathan and I did with Carnegie on BGA. when that was live. You know, I thought that that was really fun and helpful. But, you know, but yeah, again, you know, it's always about balancing these things. You know, during well, while you got a full-time job and everything else. But I think the other thing is, like, especially now, I think these live playthroughs are, you know, obviously, this is just my opinion, man, but like, I think these live playthroughs are sort of a really nice alternative if you can't get out for your own board game nights, or, you know, you're sort of struggling sitting at home in isolation or lockdown. You know, you can come and hang out for a bit and play some games. At least I'd like to think that that's sort of something that they're helping with. I know that I've really enjoyed doing the live streams and everything. It's certainly helped me to keep producing content during what has been, you know, a very difficult year. So if it's helped anyone else out there, then I think it's all been worthwhile. And I just want to say thanks again to everyone who supports the channel through Patreon. You know, I wouldn't have been able to sit here and have this kind of discussion, I think, as freely without that kind of support. You know, that's the kind of support that lets us speak our minds and do just exactly what we want. So it's the most valuable, really. But, you know, I really do appreciate everyone who subscribes to the channel and leaves comments and interacts in any capacity, because it's all just means the world to us and to me. So thank you all so much. Sorry to get a bit soppy at the end, and I'll be back, you know, plenty of times this week. So make sure you follow that Facebook page and the Twitter account and all that shit, and I'll do my best to keep you all notified of what's coming up and when it's coming up. But for now, goodbye. Have a good night, and I'll see you all in the next live stream. Bye.